And welcome back to another session of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival Cards. Okay, last session, you guys got up to some shenanigans, we'll say. You began with speaking with Illig about the revolution that's going on. Morgort doesn't seem too impressed, stating that most of these bullywugs are usually out for themselves. But it was discovered that he didn't steal the book, and he has offered you this crate of animal skins if you help him get into a position of power. And he's also said that he'll aid you as best he can in what endeavors you are. You're basically saying like, hey, we're trying to give you back your swamp because Bavlorna's reign is not one of uh, let's say it's not a good reign. Let's put it that way. They all are fearful of their lives, and no one is even daring to try and confront her. So that's going to be kind of on your backs. But yeah, they said that many adventurers have died trying to do the same, and so it's kind of instilled a sense of dread in the Bullywug community. No one, no one dares upset her. Uh, you also met the court mage Ziff, the illustrious arcanist. Turns out he's actually a charlatan. He can't cast any spells, but rather he uses cheap alchemical tricks to sort of emulate them instead, like little puffs of smoke or setting things on fire with alchemy fire. He told you that he had also an anonymous note given to him, and it read that someone has Bavlorna's Book of Bad Blood, and they're trying to auction it to the highest bidder. And if they're interested, they are to leave their reply on the East Pier. And so you got to planning. You're thinking, we can use this and find the person who's got the book. So you had him make a reply on like a lily pad, and you were waiting around for someone to appear and take it. Uh, Ziff, you also asked. I think it was Tarquin specifically asked him to sort of make a potion using some of the acidic essence from the black dragon. That is going to be used as some sort of poison for the King Gullop, and hopefully it'll cause quite a embarrassing disturbance for him as he's getting a stomach ache. Might have indigestion. We'll have to see what effects it causes on him. That's the plan at the moment. While you were waiting around, you were heckled by three little fairies. Well, they were actually sprites, and we had much discussion about what the difference is between a fairy and a sprite. Turns out these sprites are effectively little pranksters. Timpella, Bitsy, and Mintleaf said that you guys were ugly for a bunch of bullywugs. They, they they basically shouted insults and antagonized you into one of I think it was Solomon. You cast a spike growth that sort of encompassed the entire tree that they were hiding in, and immediately the tree uprooted itself. Its branches became animate, and this wasn't a normal tree. This was some sort of terrifying element, like treant or tree blight. And before it could crush people to death, Xaxx managed to create a telepathic link and calm the beast down, stating that it's the fairies that are up to no good, and you didn't mean any harm. That actually worked, even though it was a disadvantage. They managed to pull through, and the tree was lazily putting back their roots in the mud when you were trying to you're trying to trick the sprites into coming out so that you could basically capture them, but it doesn't seem like you could trick the tricksters. Uh, in the end, though, you did find a use for them and have an idea that they could be the ones who plant the poison in King Gullop's food, as they can fly, they can go invisible, and they didn't need much convincing of this. They would love to join in on this prank. So you're going to have to give them the poison, but for now they're kind of hanging out near the mushroom field. Speaking of, you had a bit of downtime as you was going to and from this pier. You heard this haunting melody. This flute was playing in the distance, and you could feel like a chill temperature in the air. And as you kind of got yourselves comfortable whilst you were listening to this, several of you took some psychedelic mushrooms or just relaxed and fell asleep. But Solomon was able to locate the very source of this, a wood elf who seems to be almost completely emotionless and devoid of like feeling. They were sat behind one of these mushrooms playing this double flute and conjuring these illusions with the pipes. They sort of made a heart, and he told you of his plight. That Bavlorna, he made a deal with Bavlorna, and it went bad. Octavian didn't pay up, and eventually Bavlorna stole his heart and replaced it with something else, like another heart. And ever since then, his memories of his lost loved ones has been lost to him, and he just wishes to get that heart back because he can't feel any emotion, let alone sadness. So if you do get it back for him, he's offered up his pipes or even the heart that Bavlorna gave him. So it's another side quest added to the long list. But in the meantime, you just enjoyed his company, and there was a sort of a kindred spirit with Solomon. You're both sort of this cold-natured individual, both lacking memories. But yeah, you guys took a short rest there, and you did a little bit more exploring uh, around Downfall. But wasn't soon after when you could hear the boat paddling up to the pier. Someone had come to collect your note, and as you gave chase, you eventually caught up with the Royal Executioner Sir Greycroak, Knight of the Gar. He was the one who'd stolen the book, and he'd planted it in his little prison underneath a pond of water. And he didn't really care one way or the other who was in charge. He just wanted to sow chaos and discord throughout the whole downfall, meaning all he's really up for is executing more heads. He's the executioner who actually has beheaded the last four leaders of Downfall. So
I thought
he
it was
just wants,
5, the 5 ones against that one
yeah,
pier.
that's right. Those heads on the bridge. So yeah, he's the one responsible for that. So he just wants more heads to roll, I guess. So you promised him that you're going to actually use this to sort of cause some sort of unrest, and he was happy to give over the book for that. Um, you also spoke to, let's have a look at her name, Loop, who is the Dame of Drywater. She said that she'd always longed to fly, and if you could convince Ikrind, Duke of Fetid Creek, he's the guy who makes and maintains the balloons. If you could convince him that she was allowed to fly, or maybe earn her license, then she'd be on your side. She'd help you out. Um, so you went kind of over in that direction to talk to him. Ikrin's happy to sort of give you guys a what's it called, a lesson, and if you do well enough, then you'll give you a little pilot's license, so you can actually operate one of these gas balloons. You also went past Norlop, Countess of Flower Moss. She's the one who made those delicious pastries when you first arrived, and she said that there's a feast coming up tomorrow, and she gave you invitations, and she said that she's making cookies for the king. And I forget just how it played out, but I think Tarquin, you mentioned about something bad happening to the king. If can't remember how it went, but you got an inkling from Flower Moss here that something could go awry. She seemed to suddenly be uneasy, and there was like a bead of
Yeah,
sweat down her
as if
brow.
she was expecting something to go wrong.
That's it, exactly. And it's almost like you out of the blue called her out on it, and she definitely got uneasy and nervous. Other than that, though, you went back to Ziff and have sort of retired for the night, trying to get a long rest. Uh, so you guys have all sat down at the moment, just sort of resting for the time being. but I think one or two of you were on a watch, sort of keeping an eye out because there's been a lot of little whispers and eavesdroppers
Yeah,
recently.
I also found that Trinket and Bauble were very tricksy people. They're the reason why the book was taken from Pavlona in the first place.
That's right. Yeah, you kind of rummaged through their stuff. They had a book
And they were,
on Bavlorna as well.
yeah, they were spying. And they got a caricature, a very badly drawn one.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of those two, I guess you're doing a watch, correct? So who's on the first watch?
I thought I was sitting outside until
Okay.
Xaxx called me in just for the conference, so I don't mind going to sitting at the front door keeping a watch, you know.
Okay, perfect. In that case, Tanwen, do you want to give me a perception check?
Okay.
And let's get this ball rolling. 11. Okay.
Almost to 17.
So looking out, looking around, checking your surroundings. No one really. I mean, there's bullywugs that come and go here and there, but nothing seems to catch your eye or is out of the ordinary. Your attention is sort of drifting off into the center of the murky lake, though. You've heard that there's some sort of dangerous creature in the waters, but with it being sort of shrouded by this thick fog and mist, it's impossible to tell what's going on over at Babylon's hut.
Okay.
And so you just sort of watch the smoke sort of swirl and play, unable to really catch a good glimpse of what's happening. But
Okay.
okay. So uh oh, and lastly, there is something that happens on this little watch while you're waiting and just expecting something to happen. That buzzing sound comes back, and you look around, your eyes do catch the little dragonfly that you saw earlier. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but
Aw, hiya,
as
fella.
it
Hi. You are absolutely beautiful. You don't let anybody tell you you're not pretty because you're not a butterfly.
it sort of does a little zoom around your head, and then as it finishes its zoom, you realize there's actually a second dragonfly that has
Oh
sort
my
of followed
gosh, you
along it.
brought a friend.
It
Oh, y'all are
did.
so cute. Are y'all boyfriend and girlfriend? Are y'all just friends? Oh, I shouldn't be talking. I'm on watch. I'm supposed to be quiet and watching.
They do seem to be like a pair, and they sort of got slightly different iridescent wings, but they're about the same size, and they sort of hop um, from shoulder to shoulder. And they sort of land both on the wooden post next to you, and just sort of staring up at you.
Oh, y'all are absolutely adorable. Y'all really are. So, what are you hunting tonight? Have y'all found your dinner yet?
One of them may have been maybe a little bit fed from all the flies in this swamp
Mhm.
for sure. Uh, and then,
I,
yeah.
growing up mostly by myself, I'm used to talking to things and pretending that they're talking
Hmm.
back to me. So this feels very, very natural to me to be talking to a pair of insects that are flying around on my watch.
Hmm. So not long after, one of the new one, this new dragonfly, seems to hover up and zoom out towards the swamp, and then perhaps just
Oh,
as your watch is coming to an end, that same dragonfly comes back, and it too has another dragonfly. So there's like a total of three now that have just
there's
sort of
three of
gathered around you.
you. Oh, y'all are delightful. Oh, so, all right. I have to ask, are y'all darters or are you skimmers? I'm gonna have to look closer at your colors to see if you're darters or you're skimmers. So
Yeah.
we used to have a lot of dragonflies around where I grew up because they loved living in the streams that nearby, and they hunted amongst the lily pads. They were skimmers. We had a lot of skimmers.
Seems then that it seems probably the majority of these dragonflies are skimmers, so 2 of them, and then the other one that's just joined is actually like a darter, perhaps.
Wow. I have never seen a darter fly with a skimmer like this. This is incredible. That
Yeah.
is absolutely amazing.
It's at this point though, your kind of your watch is up. So I'm
Oh, I
assuming like
don't.
you stand up to go back indoors to the others.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say goodbye to you guys now. I've got to go back in and get some sleep. There's all kinds of things we have to do tomorrow, and it's not fair to my team if I
Okay.
spent the night playing with dragonflies. But thank you all so much for sitting with me during my watch and talking to me and entertaining me. So I'm gonna go inside now. Bye bye.
And it's with that they almost sort of react to you standing up. They all kind of hover up into the air, and as you begin walking back inside and closing the door, they all dart off in different directions almost immediately,
All right.
almost like they're dismissed.
Who am I waking up for the second watch?
That's up to you, really. Anyone?
Well, I mean,
A second watch.
Okay,
okay.
Xaxx.
All
And then
right.
Xaxx can give me a perception check.
Okay. I was planning on eating a mushroom before I, just in case.
Okay. But did you give me with disadvantage then?
There we go. So I'm gonna eat my last mushroom once Tanwen's sort of out of sight and on her own, so she doesn't see it and stop me. I'd like to go outside, and I'm just gonna lie flat on my back, staring up at the sky, and eat the mushroom.
Okay, sure. You can go ahead and be disperception. You're not really looking in the direction that something might occur. Actually, it could be. It's weird. Oh, it rolled.
Oops.
Okay.
It's a natural one. It was a natural one.
Yeah, it was. All right. Well, you're not seeing any Vallywogs because you're looking directly up into the sky. So if anyone is eavesdropping, you're completely and blissfully unaware.
I'm focused on something else right now.
I will say though, as you're tripping out and seeing all these twilight colors of the sky play amongst your vision, you suddenly feel as though the temperature suddenly kind of drops, and you can hear a crackling and thundering in the distance. And as you're looking directly up, it's almost as if the sky is beginning to be slowly eclipsed, and a dark cloud looms overhead. But because you're tripping, it's probably like you're seeing the streaks of lightning sort of stay there, and they sort of trace this pattern over your sky's vision. But yeah, for a moment, or at least a good, say, probably the process of about 10 minutes, the sky darkens, crackling lightning is just visible, but it starts to light up again, and the eclipse passes and heads west.
Oh, I'm sure that means something, but I mean, it looked pretty. Is the moon still there?
Oh yes, absolutely, yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna focus in on the moon. Hold my moonstones. I'm trying to connect to the sources that I've seen so far and see if I can reconnect um with the other two sources in the tavern and in the what was it called, the water pool,
Yeah, the Watcher's
um
Pool.
the Watcher's pool, yeah, and just trying
Okay.
to reconnect with those a little bit.
Definitely the Watcher's Pool comes to mind first. That connection is pretty strong, and you definitely sense the presence of the Watcher themselves and of the Herringon, Fyro, who is still there, learning to become a better person, and
Oh,
perhaps,
he's still there.
yeah, he is, and he's perhaps picking up a few um, tricks of his own surrounding those moonstones. that sort of give off this holy power. Is there something you wanted to particularly reach out to, or just sort of touch bases?
More so touch bases, and then I remember there was a vision of a crater. I want to see if I can get any more clarity on where that crater is.
Right. Okay. So there is definitely a sort of shattered section to the connection. Like, it gets fuzzy the further you try to reach out. Any connecting nodes are sort of blocked by something. It's hard to tell exactly where or what it is, but you can definitely detect there is more out there, and that their connection is being sort of stifled or blocked by something. So you're unable to reach the crater, but you can almost sense it's there, sort of waiting to be discovered. It's
I'm
going to
gonna
take
try to
some.
draw.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to draw the crater in the clouds with my finger.
With your finger. Okay. Cool. Yeah, you can totally do that. You sort of see your finger beginning to blur as it creates like a tracer in your mind.
All right. Yeah.
As
And
for
I'll
the
just sort of do that.
okay. Yeah, as for the inn, you can tell that the inn has moved. It's probably wandered off a little bit further back. So the wandering inn is still there in your mind. You have a connection to it. It's on the move again. Somewhere perhaps on the border to what you assume is thither, because you sort of see a surrounded smoky fog. It's just sort of walking parallel to. And of course, you actually also sense what's his name? The Eticat. He's definitely safe. It looks like he escaped those Herringun, and it looks like he went back to actually pick on his pet Shadowhound, the wolf. And they are back to probably going to return back to their slanty tower once they've had a rest in the inn. But yeah,
Okay.
that's
That's it. That's it.
That's cool. That'll end your rest, and then I guess whoever's up next.
All right.
Solomon?
I'll stand up and go wake up the next person.
Mhm.
Who's next?
I guess I would be next. Because I would have slept enough at this point, so I'd be waking up anyway.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Solomon, 100% all clear. I was perfectly guarding everybody. No problems. Your turn.
Okay. All right. So let me give you a perception check.
Out of interest, how would my dreams have gone with the mask on?
Which mask is that again?
The dream mask.
The Dream Mask. I forget
Yeah.
what that one is.
It's the one that allows you to perfectly recall dreams.
Oh right. Where did you get that again? I forget.
It was in the basement of the dragon place.
Oh, that's right. We rolled a trinket.
Yeah.
And you got a random trinket. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, if you remember your dreams, you would probably remember what happens with the transition, but you haven't swapped over yet, have you?
No. The last time it was like I was looking through glass and I saw a figure on the other side.
Right. Sort of similar to the carnival. You remember that was the sort of similar vision. It's almost like you were back there on the stage, staring back through that mirror, and you're not sure if it's the mask playing out this vision, or if it's just your dream remembering that particular moment, because it's when you came so close to sort of realizing what or who you were, or who this other person was, who everyone else talks about but you've never met, and you saw the reflection of them, and your hands kind of almost touched on the glass, but sort of seeing the same thing again and it doesn't feel like there's a barrier there. Feels like the glass or the reflection is simply a portal.
I see.
But it's like every time you take a step forward, they would as well. And so to walk through this portal means to effectively swap places with this person.
Hmm. Guess I would then. I would try and touch through it. Maybe shake
Okay.
my own hand.
Sure. Except this hand is much, much warmer than yours. Feels fiery and hot to the touch. It's the complete opposite to you, and you probably feel like a breath of fresh air.
Hmm.
And it's almost like you're completely transitioning from one season to another as you walk through them, you pass through that season and onto the other side. Instead of waking up as Solomon, you would actually wake up as Nox. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
100%. Except you still feel like you're asleep. You feel like you're dreaming of waking up. And not Solomon, you just see yourself standing up. It's almost like in a third person view, speaking to Xaxx, and then you see this female elven form sort of walking out towards the outdoors, where you see this is it like petals that are falling around you? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Sure.
Hello.
So yeah, and your vision is just sort of filled with these petals as you dream on, realizing you're kind of almost watching what they're doing. Nox, so long as you've got that mask on, Solomon can see what you're doing effectively. They're experiencing what you experience. But if you take the mask off as you get up or whatever, then it's almost like Solomon goes back into that blank void, like dream state.
Goes into
You always,
the pocket void.
yeah, you always explained it like as if you just had amnesia.
Yeah.
So it is kind of a blank. But if you have the mask on, then Solomon dreams of what's happening.
Would you rather me keep the mask on for a bit, or? No?
Well, you're sort of asking no one. We can ask out again. But I mean, that's up to you. What Nox experienced on the reverse of this is when they put the mask on to sleep, you sort of had a dream of Solomon sleeping. So you understand what the mask is doing. And so you would assume that perhaps the mask works in reverse, where when you're wearing it, he sees what you're dreaming. He dreams what you're doing. Sorry. Confusing. But it's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got a vague idea of what's going on then.
Yeah.
So I think my natural response would be to take off the mask.
Okay.
And just look around the surroundings.
Oh yeah, okay. In that case, Nox can give me the perception check.
Okie dokie. And perception. Please be good.
Oh, very nice. Okay. Not seeing much in the skies or the bullywugs around you. Seems a lot of them have also gone to sleep, perhaps, around this time. Bullywugs do need sleep as well. But it's perhaps during this more quiet moment, less traffic, if any at all, in fact, is when you actually spot something in the water. There's a set of fins, and they look quite large for fins. It's most definitely not a fish. It seems almost spiky and finned at the same time, and it sort of weaves its way through the water. And just as you're expecting it to sort of almost rise up out of the surface, they both seem to stop. There's two pairs of these fins, and these heads begin to slowly rise up, but you don't see much of them. Just another pointed, spiked fin rising up out of the water, perhaps just enough that their eyes crest the water like a crocodile would, and then they slowly sink back down. And where they go is past the tree and past the east dock. So they kind of go off out into the mists, where you would know there's a river, and that river connects to thither, and you just see them sort of both slink away downriver.
Mm.
What they're up to, you're not sure 100%, but there's definitely something dangerous in the water, something that doesn't want to be seen.
I'm
And
just making a note of this.
okay, all right.
It's another quest. Sorry.
It is quest number 99. But otherwise, nothing really happens in the dead of twilight. It even sounds like the music from Octavian has come to a quiet. He's got to take a rest at some point.
Yeah, is there any sort of point in going up to Octavian and having a...
You can absolutely talk to him if you want. Thing is, I'm not sure whether you'd remember who Octavian is. Nux doesn't. I know Solomon does, but
stranger danger?
yeah.
I might
You
just
probably
approach
did hear
her.
the flute, though. There's a
Yeah.
there is sort of a sense that you could feel like a chill from that general area that
Mm,
felt like the same chill when you passed through the mirror that Solomon was standing in.
yeah.
But in any
Yeah,
case,
I'll go and say hi.
okay. You do find there is a elven uh, elven male, kind of blue skin. They are actually back up against the mushroom. The flute is in their lap, and you can just see them breathing slowly, eyes closed. They do appear to be asleep, but maybe they're just in a deep meditation.
Hi, friend.
Oh,
I don't believe we've met. I heard you're playing of the flute when I woke up a moment ago.
uh, they startle awake, but they don't make much of a reaction to it. You can see they actually flinch and their eyes shoot open, but they turn to you and go, "Oh, you startled me."
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not offended. Do not worry.
I didn't mean to wake you. Seemed like really chill.
I don't believe we've met, but you say you heard my flute.
Yeah, I was just in the hut a moment ago with my friends. Yeah, having a bit of a snooze. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah.
Or with the others?
Yeah.
I spoke with your friend, Solomon, I believe his name was.
Yeah, I have not yet met him. He makes
No?
appearances yeah, when I'm not about.
Hmm. He seemed sympathetic to my plight. I have this sort of cold temperament about me, but it's
Hmm.
probably due to the strange curse that Bavlorna has bestowed on me.
Hmm.
I've been left unable to feel or exhibit emotion.
I was gonna have to heat you up a little bit with a flame, produce a little flame for you to
Oh,
warm your
could you?
hands up a little bit, maybe.
I would appreciate any warmth.
Yeah,
My
I'm
cold has, my heart has grown cold since that damn pact. Okay. Well, you definitely hit
Well,
the mark. So you do very, very little flame. Probably just enough just to warm him when you don't want to burn him, of course.
yeah, I don't want to like singe him or yeah.
No, but you get the flame nice and close to him, and he
Yeah,
puts his hands out
put it
to
in
it.
my little elf hand and like offering it to him.
This is lovely.
I hope it comforts you a little bit, you know.
I am enjoying this so much.
It says with a straight face.
The first warmth I've felt in a very long time.
I'm happy to help.
Are you mocking me?
No, no, it's just how I speak.
Oh, I see. Well, it has been a pleasure. If you wish to hear more, I will be playing in the morning. And
Oh, well, I will. I'll make sure to keep my ears out for that because I really enjoyed what I did here a moment ago. So yeah, so you get yourself a bit of kip, you know, have a sleep, chill, and I'll get back to watching the Little Hut because I think that's supposed to be my job.
oh, you're on watch.
I am the watcher. But yes, it
Well,
was lovely meeting you, Octave.
it was my pleasure meeting you. The
Okay.
pleasure is all mine.
Catch
Sort
you
of
later.
closes his eyes and drifts back off to sleep. But it's probably about this time when I think mostly the watch is kind of done. If you've done 2-hour watches each, that's enough 6 hours sleep for everyone to have fully rested and come to. Morgoth's up, springing up, probably bright and early, and she's like doing her stretches. Well, that definitely beats sleeping in that cage. That's the first night's sleep I've got in a long time. Everyone else awake?
Rise and shine, everybody.
We've got a big day today. This is the day of the
We
feast.
do.
Oh,
Oh.
hi Knox.
Good
You're-
Are
morning.
we
Hi.
gonna do breakfast? I know we have a feast later on, but are we
We should
going
probably
to?
eat breakfast because I have a feeling that the feast is going to be interrupted.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tarquin, I hope you slept. You've been outside all day? All night?
I just prefer to sleep where I can see the sky, even if the sky's kind of boring here.
Yeah, it is a bit foggy, but you know,
Well,
it's a swamp after all.
yeah, well, things get a
Did
bit foggy. Now it's time for it to get froggy, I guess.
did anything happen in anybody else's watch last night? Mine was really quiet.
Mine was uneventful if interesting.
Okay. Who was that? Solomon? Oh, hi.
What does that mean?
Hi.
Oh, hi Rodolfo. Well, you were quiet yesterday, or at least the second half of yesterday, I guess.
I had
Good
a
to
headache.
good
You
to
know
s-
how it is.
Yes.
What does
good
this
to,
mean?
good to s-
Interesting. Did something happen that we need to know about?
I drew in the clouds. I have magic powers, so I just use my magic powers to make the weather do what I wanted it to do.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Can you clear up the fog so we can see the sunlight? Or does it
Not
only
right
work
now.
at night? Okay.
It's like a nighttime personal thing. I can't do it when anybody's watching either, so you all need to be asleep for it to happen.
Do you
I
have stage
see.
fright?
And what did you change about the weather?
Oh, it was overcast and cloudy, and then I made it not cloudy, but I also just drew in the clouds a little bit.
What did you draw?
I drew a crater.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, it is, the whole oh, Nox, you weren't here for this. So the whole moon thing. I'm like a big moon guy. Uh
Moon god.
and moon, well, not yet anyway. Moon guy. I have a connection to the moon.
Are you like Moon Knight?
I don't know who that is. Moon Knight. Well, the moon comes out at night usually. Or at least you can see it better at night. It's always there, really. But no.
Yeah, this Moon Knight guy is in like ancient scrolls, like ancient elvish scrolls. Yeah, so if you were like related to him, that would be super cool.
Well, for both moon people, then I mean, he would be like a knight, and I would be like the healer. So I would be the moon healer, the moon cleric. Moon. I guess that they'll make scrolls of me about that too.
That sounds even better than a Moon Knight and Moon Cleric
Yeah,
healing
I-
the
i-
moon
world.
cleric.
Is that the eventual plan? That you will be a god of the moon? I mean, with
Plan,
practice.
plan, God plan. Maybe I don't. I need to figure out who I am first. So once I get that part down, figure out your past so you can learn your future or something like that, or learn your past so you can figure out your future. Uh yeah, I need to get that stuff sorted first. So God, not just yet, but uh figuring out who I am first, and then maybe I'll ascend to godhood if I choose to.
Is it your parents? It's because you don't remember that? I mean, the last few years you have known, but it's before that, yes? So,
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. I've
well, I
known what?
mean, you remember from in between the two trips to the Witchlight, but if I understand, it is your parents you don't remember, and that is what you
It's
seek.
it's everything before that first trip to the Witchlight that I can't remember.
Like school and friends and games and all this stuff.
Like as far as my memory goes, I cannot remember anything, any place, anybody before I met you all. Well, not you, Rodolfo, because you weren't there, but like before
Yes.
that
Well,
first day.
d- can I ask a question?
That's a question.
What what do you what do you think you will see when you find it? What will you accomplish when you know this? I mean, it is. Let's say it is a memory that you do not have. If you learn the story from someone else, what does it tell you? Your character is already made. Your skills are already made. What you know?
Well, it's the experience, it's the connection. I mean, it's one thing if somebody would it's one thing if somebody sort of tells you the story. Like if I met somebody who knew who I was
Mm,
and said, "Oh yeah, you're from here, and these are your parents, and this is this, and this is that." It's like somebody telling you a story about, like Nox was saying, this Moon Knight scroll thing she was saying. She doesn't actually know Moon Knight. She just knows about Moon Knight. Whereas having the memories is, I get those experiences back. I get those memories back. I get the sensations and the feelings that come along with it.
okay.
And
I mean,
it would,
this is what I'm asking
I
though.
mean,
Do you want
it's
just the
it's
knowledge, or do you want the memory and the feeling and the emotion and all this?
I want the whole thing.
Hmm.
It's a piece of me that there's a hole there and it's empty, and I want that piece of myself back.
I don't mean to interrupt, but is anybody else hearing a thumping outside? And Tarquin's out there. Maybe we should go check on him?
Uh, um,
Oh,
before we do that, yeah, kind of got sidetracked by the Moonlight stuff because I got like so excited about that. But when I was on my watch, there were like these weird fish, spiky fish creatures in the water,
Oh yeah,
and they
you
just
should read the note. Did Solomon leave you a note of the stuff we went through?
not a very good note. And most of what I can
Okay.
make out is turn into a giant frog, maybe with a very like confused like oh, and a feast, a feast.
Yeah,
Embarrass
there's a
the
feast today.
embarrass the king. There's a
Yeah,
feast. Turn into
yeah.
giant frog, maybe? Question mark? Question mark. Love Solomon.
Okay.
XOXO.
Gossip Girl. um. So yeah, I think we found this out yesterday. Can't remember how long we've been here, really. But uh, the the water going in the water is dangerous for extended periods of time. If you go really really quickly, you might be okay. But like uh, there is something in there that Bavlorna made. I think some sort of creature that's like an amalgamation of like two or three different creatures, and that's maybe what you saw.
Hmm.
There's
Yeah.
also some pixies. Don't go by the pixies unless you're with us because we have like a deal with them, and they're not so much fun. They tried to get us killed yesterday, and there's a
I,
guy with a flute who is
I never.
pretty nice. Although he's kind of like he's like a Solomon too.
Oh.
He's also very sad,
Oh, I met
and
him.
so
I met him when I was on my watch. Yeah, he seems like a really cool guy.
yeah,
Well, quite
he
literally.
we yeah. Well,
Morgard, could
he
you move? Because you're blocking the door.
Sorry,
Thank you.
waiting.
yeah. So he's missing his heart. We told him that we'd get his heart back. Uh, so yeah.
You actually hear his
Knock some.
flute in the distance, slightly
Man, this
on the
guy
wind.
never stopped practicing. Holy cow! Okay. Yeah, let's
It is
go
funny
outside.
because you would think that music is such an emotional thing, you know?
Hmm.
It is very based on the heart. Why? So it is curious that he is so intent on it. You know, I wonder if he is.
Oh, maybe the
Yeah.
music is his heart now. Like it's how he's staying alive because he's remembering, or maybe he's got like some sort of artificial thing going. I don't know.
Maybe there is a recital coming up. I don't know. I just
Yeah.
find it interesting. Perhaps
I
it's
think,
not without heart altogether, you know?
hmm, I think he
Maybe
told
not.
Solomon that it was the only way he
Tarquin,
could express himself anymore.
Oh, voilà. Like,
Tarquin,
Oh.
are you okay over there?
I'm fine and just practicing fighting this tree. Just making sure I understand how my abilities work.
You got to
Okay, because
kick the tree. I've seen monks kick the trees to build up their shins. They can take the punishment. Kick the tree.
make sure the tree's not going to come alive and squish you. We had a tree
Oh.
yesterday try to come alive and squish us.
Yeah, I checked. I tickled the tree a few times. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, we were just told that there is something in the river that's big and spiky that came up during Solomon or Knox's watch. So I'm going to go take a look in the river.
All
I
right.
mean, frankly, it is a miracle if there are not many spiky, poisonous, aggressive things in the water. Look at this water. It is filthy. It is so dark. It is unnatural. I'm sure there are any number of predators and leeches, snakes and eels and biting fish. Not to mention, disease. This is disgusting.
All right, Tanwen, if
No, no,
you're.
no offense to you, of course. And he gestures to Morgort. I'm sure you are used to this, but for those of us who are not amphibious, this is a dangerous place.
This is indeed, there are many dangers in the water, but we try to keep things civilized as best we can. But it seems as though people just can't help but betray one another.
Uh,
I
this is
think
a type of culture, perhaps, but civilization, who
I
knows?
think you're about to put King Gullop's reign to an end as well. If so, then I don't think he'll be able to break the record of longest ruling monarch. I think he needs what is it? What is it, day 9 now? But anyway, meanwhile,
hopefully the next one will do it.
if you think Illig is anything like the rest of them, and if you think Illig isn't like the rest of them, then
Oh no. But if he doesn't do things, then I'm just gonna beat him up a bunch.
nah, that makes sense.
You know, knock some sense into him, make him, or do what we did with the Harengon, and we'll challenge him to a race or something, and make him part of my organization.
All right, so Tanwen, you've come over to the edge of the river here. How exactly are you checking the waters?
I'm just looking upstream and downstream just to
Mhm.
make sure that I don't see anything like, resting on the bank waiting to attack us,
No,
or,
it doesn't
clearly
appear to
floating
be.
in the water waiting to attack us.
Doesn't seem to be. All
Okay.
looks normal, but from the way that Nox described these things, they were trying to stay hidden, and they didn't even come out of the water. They just sort of described them just popping their heads out. So yeah, nothing really
All right.
dangerous of sight.
That's all I wanted to see is just to
Okay.
make sure that we weren't, overlooking danger right
Mhm.
next to us.
And I will mention that it's almost impossible to look into the water. It is way too murky, and they call this
Right.
place Murky Lake for a reason. So there is something under there. You wouldn't be able to tell until you're in the water. But
Okay, I'm gonna go over to the water and put my head in.
oh my god, here we go. Okay, Xaxx.
Okay, I'm gonna
Instead of
follow Xaxx so somebody
Just my
can.
head. Just my head. To be clear, I'm just doing a look.
all right, Tanwen, sorry, Xaxx, can you give me a survival check instead of perception this time round? Okay. There is so much silt at the bottom, it's impossible to make out if there was anything here. Don't really see anything at the moment, that's for sure. Maybe a couple of normal frogs just swimming about. And if they're happy and
pop-
content, then there's unlikely
pop
a
my head
predator.
out.
Yep.
Pop my head out. And, sorry, I didn't see anything. So if maybe it's like a night guard thing where it sleeps during the day and it's sort of
That's
active
fine.
at night.
I mean, it just would be stupid for us to be sitting outside eating breakfast when there's a monster nearby wanting to have us for breakfast. So
Oh,
thanks for double checking.
Yeah, you're welcome. Do you guys want some breakfast, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll make some
Perhaps.
breakfast.
If you would not mind, a little something.
Yeah. Okay, I'll use my tray of fresh pies, and I'll wave my hand over it, and in there will be a lot of little I guess like individual. We'll have to cut them out if somebody has like a knife or something. But they're like little egg and bacon and cheese and like green onions and everything. Little
Quiches?
pies that are like kind of like a little mini quiche type thing. But they're in a puff pastry. They're wrapped in a puff pastry, so they're also like a sandwich, so we can walk and eat at the same time. And they're like the perfect. They're like the perfect temperature. They're not too hot, not too warm. The cheese is just a little bit melty, so it's not. So it's like really good.
So you can borrow my skinning knife if you need to chop anything off. Just give it a bit of a wash beforehand. But, should be easy.
There we go.
Xaxx, these are so good.
These are perhaps your best breakfast yet.
I use maple bacon this time, so.
That is the key.
This is really good. Did your pie thing recharge overnight?
It did
Or-
not, so I'm down to 3 uses.
Oh no.
So we will need to be careful, unfortunately.
So
But still.
you get a good breakfast. Tarquin, before you head over, Ziff, the illustrious Arcanist, comes over and says, I managed to complete the potion. Here you go. It is all yours.
Excellent. He will, which
Isn't it
used
good?
my psychedelic mushroom and my black dragon worm liquid, didn't it?
That's right.
Yep, so I will remove those from my sheet.
A very spicy combination. I think we actually added some extra spices as well. Your friend, he thought we were making curry sauce, but it won't lessen the effect. In fact, it'll probably enhance it.
Excellent. I've put it on my sheet as psychedelic spicy potion.
And if you do not mind, I'm
Yep, you go.
going to
You
get
go rest up and get 40 croaks or whatever.
going to get ready for the feast. All right. And yeah, closes up the door. Finally, they're gone.
So, what is the plan today? I mean, we have the feast, okay, but
so,
I mean,
essentially, so Tarquin walks over and so essentially we're gonna get our sprite friends to put this lovely little mixture into the king's food, get him really embarrassed so that they get he gets overthrown, Illig takes power, we then have the stuff so that we can potentially walk into Babyloners without any issues, and then deal with whatever's in there. Kind of what we've got at the moment. Also, hi sprites.
Yeah, it's almost like you, as you say that, it's like they summon themselves to your call.
bonjour.
As they should.
Are we going to help out the flute person at all, or
Yeah,
is that just
yeah, we need to get his heart back from Babylona.
Hmm.
Hey, we're here. We're ready. Is it prank day today?
Yep. And
you got the stuff?
Yep, here you go. Just in the king's food, preferably.
Oh, okay.
Actually, just sort of considers that. The king and anyone who looks particularly close to him that isn't Illig.
Oh, okay. We'll see if there's any extra left.
Yeah.
Well, we won't know what the king's food is until the king goes to eat it. So we'll be on standby, ready.
Exactly. You gotta place it at the right time, because that way his food tasters won't have tasted it if he's got food tasters.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
They all
enjoy.
Go invisible simultaneously, and they're like, "No, I want to hold the bottle. No, me!" You can hear them like buzzing around, fluttering.
I kind of wanted them to fade out in like almost like a little like flash, like each of them one at a time. So it's like a countdown for most of the chaos beginning for some reason.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, actually, as you try to hand them the vial, I should mention, it's completely stuck to your hand. Can you give me an athletics check to try and get the vial out of your hand?
I sort of just he looks at his hands, just like, God damn it.
Hey, is this another prank? Why is it so stuck? Give it! And they try to yank it out of your palm, but it's just like glued to it almost. It's slightly coming free. Like you can see it as you're pulling. It's like this sort of mucusy, stretchy goo. And I guess that little crunchy leaf.
Tarquin guidance.
Oh, okay. In that case, then, as you're placing a hand on your shoulder, suddenly that mucusy stuff sort of disperses very quickly. It's like you've added soap to the mixture, and it suddenly just it comes free. They're like, whoa! And they nearly float back. And
so the natural way to get rid of strange sticky mucus is crunchy leaves. Got to keep that in mind.
Oh, well, Nox's isn't crunchy, is it? Solomon's is crunchy.
Mine
yeah,
are more fresh
Nox.
leaves.
What is Nox's?
They're like fresh kind of, like dock leaves. If you've ever come across
Yeah,
dock leaves.
I was thinking. I suppose I was thinking over that, like the blossoms, like first in spring, like cherry blossom almost.
Mm.
Maybe to match your hair.
Yes. There's
All
some
right,
cherry
they
blossom.
flutter off in the direction of the sinking palace.
Right. Is everybody ready for the feast? I don't know if we got anything else we need to do beforehand. Any prep stuff? Anyone?
I'm just making sure I get my spells right for today. So
Yeah.
Did you want to do anything with the balloon ride, or are you saving this
Need to save that.
till after the feast, or
Yeah. Like, let's get the feast out the way. Though I sort of,
very well?
Tarquin sort of just stares at Ziff's home for a moment and just sort of looks at like the stone wall, and he's just like, I could totally carve something into his wall with acid.
But did you manage to convince Ikrin to let Truvlup have a flying lesson?
Where did we get to with that, Xaxx? I've actually kind of forgotten what was the thing, because you were obviously trying to offer them insurance.
yeah, well, he doesn't have the insurance just yet. So if he needed or something were to happen to his business, I wouldn't be able to help out. I'm sorry, he didn't fill out the forms properly. But he did offer us if we wanted to go on a ride and get our licenses, we could do that.
Okay.
So we could get our licenses, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, you and your friend is the way
Yeah.
you worded it, I remember.
yes. So potentially, if she can prove that she is worthy of being one of our friends, then potentially she can get in on that. But so far, it
Okay.
is Carnival Cards only.
I see. Very well.
Which would
We
mean
can
that you
go.
could technically get in on that, Morgan, if you want to.
Oh well. As it happens, I already have a license. But thank you.
Excellent. But yeah, so honestly, a few things might change with the leadership. So I think planning anything too major before we see what happens is gonna be tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just as a heads up for everyone, in case you weren't aware, what is the person's name? So Norlop, I think, might have some plans for the feast, so there might be some strange stuff happening with that. Because they seemed really apprehensive about it. And
Okay. Well, if you want to, we can skip ahead to the feast.
Trying to remember what else Murtops told me, because he told stuff about hither and thither, didn't he?
Murtop, you mean the old,
Yeah.
the very, very old bullywug?
He liked the
Yeah.
idea of like bringing joy back and stuff, and like how
He
his
said that
father was the
they should
first
do.
bullywug or something.
Yeah, he said that they should do away with any leader and bring in a sort of council of sorts.
Yes.
And he's not. You're not sure exactly how he intends to do that, but that's what he proposed. He didn't get into
Yeah.
more details.
But
It's likely he's got ideas. If you wanted to talk to him about it,
you know what? Before the meeting, because honestly, not a big fan of that Ilok guy, but that Murtops had some interesting ideas, so I want to have a last chat with him, if that's okay.
All right then.
So
You've got time before the feast.
unless
we'll hop over
anyone's
there.
got any objections to that. Anyone?
Doesn't sound like it.
So Tarquin.
No, sorry.
Tarquin is just going to walk up to Ziff's wall before he leaves and just carve the word Ziff into it with acid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Just like a burning wood smell.
And then he
Alright.
just walks away. Right.
Okay.
And time to speak to him.
So Murtops, he's over there. He's talking with his little entourage, and he spots you coming. Oh, welcome back, Tarquin, wasn't it?
Yes. I was wondering if I could have a quick word. Well, might not be quick necessarily with you. I just
Hmm.
wanted to hear more about your ideas for how
Oh,
things should be run around here because they sounded honestly like big improvements. So I just
oh,
thought,
my ideas. Well, why don't we come this way and we'll discuss this a little bit more in private.
yes,
Okay, so he sort of takes you off away into the swamp somewhere,
yep.
and his entourage were with him. Don't worry about these. These are my favored colleagues and underlings. Drinpock, Chamberlain of Farbog. What else? He's very dutiful. Rumgull, guardian of the Polywogs. He's a knight. He looks after the little younger ones. And Gulk, grand tutor of Spawning Lake. He's the only teacher in Downfall, oversees
Oh.
the education of all the little children of
Well, then
Soggy
he's
Court.
definitely the right sort of person because if you start them off young, then they'll get the right ideas in their head.
Indeed.
Though
And I
obviously
was
give them a bit
just
of freedom of choice. Don't want to indoctrinate, but
It would seem here our new friend Tarquin is of the same mind, and as if you really do want to know about my little idea, I'll go into more detail. You see, I've lived here the longest, and I remember before even the Soggy Court was formed. It was my father, he was known as the Dune of the Mines. He was, it's a long story, but he's the one who founded this place. But my idea is this. All these, kings, queens, ugh, they're all just trying to depose each other. They want to be in charge. They can't share the power, but I say a council is the perfect step in the right direction.
Hmm.
First things first, we have to overthrow the current king. Gullop is, well, he's, he's just as power hungry as all of them.
yeah. Well, if
Oh,
if I heard the way the wind's blowing correctly, I think there might be at least some hour of vacuum at the end of the feast today.
oh. The executioner will be most pleased, I'm sure.
Yes, but
But,
he's got a
my
requiem for
idea.
that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Hmm.
But look, the old severed heads over there.
Hmm.
I say we take those, including Gullops, and we get them all together and form a council. So all the reigning monarchs get a say, or the past reigning, I should say, or the deposed monarch. They all be brought to the palace, or maybe they should keep bickering, and the new council should be put in place.
I think
Ah,
considering that they've all been quite power hungry and quite bad, a new council would be suitable. When back where I was working, we had a few people who came in and they talked about this thing called democracy. It's quite
oh,
a novel idea. Essentially,
strange word.
yeah. Not quite sure I'm
Eh,
pronouncing that right. It might be democracy. Not
eh,
quite.
write that down, Rumgold.
Yeah, but basically, from what I understand, the idea is a person who has, not got any prior convictions for being like a criminal or whatever. So, Morgoth, for example, would be out the running, or has proven themselves not to be completely insane, or that sort of thing. Can put themselves forward, and then basically there's a vote carried out to decide who would be in charge. And then you would
Oh,
also have people say, Gulk here would be like head of education, so he'd help
all right.
like direct where education goes for the people, and then I don't know, Rumgoal, you've kind of got the armor, you might be head of defense or something, like help decide how defense is going, and
I
then
get it. Yes, I see.
that sort
You
of
see,
thing.
this idea, it came to me in a vision I had,
Oh,
a dream.
dreams are important.
And I believed it was perhaps the severed heads that were sort of sending me these omens. But I'm not sure. I can't really be 100% on it. But I did talk to them, communicated with them for a while, and I've been having more of these dreams and visions. And yes, I think this is the way forward. It's like it's telling me this is the way.
Well, considering having a monarchy hasn't really worked out, I mean, isn't this current King Gollop close to breaking the record, and he's only been in charge for 9 days or something? So
Right. 19 days, I think.
yeah.
I think that's what he's going for.
So it seems like monarchy's not really the thing. So a council or a democracy or something like that. Maybe the oldest and wisest, which could include the severed heads, because I imagine some that have been around for a while, could start off as this council, and then maybe once things start changing, you could have, say, for example, if you were one of these council people, your lordship, and then you wanted to step down, you could maybe pick a few chosen people who you think might be suitable to take your place, and then the rest of the Bullywugs would vote who gets to take your seat, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're on board with this plan?
Oh yeah, definitely.
In that case, what's the? Have you got a plan? You've already sort of mentioned that something's going to happen to King Gollop.
Yes, and now that I can see there's someone who at least has a bit more of a sensible head on their shoulders, I would suspect that if what I'm right, based on the way the wind's blowing, the next most likely candidate looks like that Illig chap. Not really a fan, I mean, so I'm suspecting that maybe things might not go well for him either, but
Oh my.
and at that point,
Double kill.
yes, at that point there would be a bit of a opening, and that would be your chance potentially to step up and voice your idea.
Yes. Perfect. Right, we will wait for the opportune moment.
Exactly.
All right. In that case,
I will return and
I've got some work to do, boys. To the
yes.
bridge.
Yes.
They head off in the direction of
Oh, and
bridge.
just in case, Murtops, he just says quickly before they leave, just sort of whispers in his ear, if it comes to it and Illig starts clamoring up, just say, just ask him what was that book he was looking at earlier when you walked past him.
Right. Okay. That sounds just a very peculiar word. He sort of wanders off, and while he's mumbling to himself with his rest of his cohorts, what weapon should we use to decapitate King Gullop this time? Oh, they're sort of just conversing. But Tarquin, you get back to the rest of the group, and at this point, we can either skip ahead to the feast, or there's other things you want to do. It's up to you.
Quickly gonna have Tarquin explain his plan. What I'm hoping to do, assuming Illig will be at the feast because he's quite prominent, is I want to slip the book back into his possession.
Oh.
So when things cry out, we can point the
Oh.
finger at him, and then there's evidence that he's done treacherous things because he has the book.
This is gonna be chaos.
That sounds
Yeah.
good.
All right. So you're getting rid of Gullop, Illig, all
Yep.
in one swoop. All
Yep.
right. Gotcha.
That's the plan.
All right. Is everyone ready to skip to the feast?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. So you carry on your way to the sinking palace. You see the security is already in place. The royal handler, Vlonk, stops you and says, "Hang on. Wait a minute. Your names were not on the list, but I see you have invitations somehow.
Yep.
Hmm.
I believe, as one royal worker to another, it's special ambassadorial protocol that's allowing us to get our invitations. But they probably didn't put us on the list because they wanted to keep it hush hush.
I see.
They might have time to get it from the printers.
Exactly.
Rodolfo, wasn't it? Did you ever get your parties agreeing on whether to find that froghemoth? You know, that he tries to like cover it up. You know, that thing in this swamp.
That's a good question. Was anything decided last week?
No,
No, it wasn't.
But Tarquin will just quickly go, "We are planning to look into it and see what we can do."
Okay.
The assessment of risk is the important thing,
Yeah.
and it is from here that we will go.
Yeah, so we'll try
Okay.
to
To
find
alert
the
meeting.
thing and observe it, and if it seems like we can do what we need to do, then we'll do it. Otherwise, you know.
Okay.
This is why he is the voice of the ambassador. I make the decisions, but he announces
Yep.
I
the
see.
rationale.
Is this a lie? You do intend, or do you actually intend to find a froghemoth?
I mean, we can have a look for one. We're not
Okay.
necessarily going to do anything with
All right.
it.
Give me a persuasion check. And we'll see what goes on.
Do I get an advantage? Because Rodolfo's...
Yeah, Rodolfo is sort of aiding in this, and they have made a good rapport with Flonk already,
Can I have some
showing
leave?
showing that he's sympathetic to him. And yeah, you can always do guidance if Nox is nearby.
Yep.
Nox, do you casting guidance?
Actually, I can cast guidance as well.
Yep.
So I will cast guidance for
Okay.
Tarquin.
Oh my, I did not know this.
That is a new thing.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll roll a d4 and we'll see what we get. So a 17.
Alright. Okay, I let you in on account that I like you and you're my best chance that, you know, this
Yeah.
situation gets sorted. Alright, step aside, Snappy here. Not Snappy. That's the other thing. Alright, either way, the crocodile steps away and Grumple led them through, and another guard lets you pass. And you're allowed into the actual...
walk in and announce the entry of Rodolfo, ambassador for the Witchlight Monarch and their retinue.
Alright.
Very official.
Yeah. Your announcement is well received. And you see a couple of the bullywugs taking a bow and their heads turn. There is tables and tables, mountains of food just like clustered up on top of one another, plates kind of almost spilling over themselves, and platters of all different foods, with flies like crawling all over it as well. But they don't seem to mind. That's like icing for them. You can see a couple of the frogs, or bullywugs rather, sort of lapping at the meals before they've been served, just snatching the flies that are trying to get to the food. This table probably stretches all the way along until it reaches the pier, where a big throne has been set up for King Gullop. So he's actually on the pier on a throne at the moment. And you also see behind him, sat in the water, is his gigantic mount, the giant frog that nearly swallowed up Solomon the other day. You see, perhaps next to him, on the sides of the table, are his son and daughter, Glump and Merva III, Princess of the Soggy Court. There's Earl of Blackmore is present, as well as a load of other bullywugs who you've met throughout the whole of the Soggy Court arc here. So where's Norlop? Where's Norlop? When you want them, there she is. Okay, Norlop is currently the one serving up the plates right now, and seems her little retinue have become the caterers for this evening, and yeah, they're setting out cutlery for you. There's some spaces right at the back of the table. Ah, you came. Welcome. Take a seat.
We didn't miss your food for anything.
Ah, you're too kind. Well, I've got a special surprise just for you. And you see her like clicking her fingers, and the frogs begin bringing out massive pies that are perhaps to Xaxx's taste more. They kind of they shoo away any flies that try to get near them. But they place these massive pies down in front of you guys. Meanwhile, you can see off in the corner Illig and his retinue, perhaps in one of the more I don't know, darker corners of the sinking palace. They seem to have their own little table that they're all kind of gathered around. Let's drag them over. And he seems to be making pleasantries with the mayor of the sinking palace. And Illig kind of gives you a knowing look and a nod in your direction.
I scratch my ear whilst looking towards him as my response, rather than nodding at him.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like I'm directly interacting with him.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to be more subtle, but I'm acknowledging him.
Ah, and we have the last arrivals. Ikrin, the Duke of Fetid Creek, everyone. He has finished patching up the balloon, I hear. Well done on that job. And he says, thank you. Yes, the balloon is fully operational. It did suffer some damage, but, you know, it would fly. This is the most important thing.
Oh, well done, Ikrin. Our balloons are like our biggest attraction in the Soggy Court. Well done indeed. Please take your seat on the higher tier.
And there is indeed like another sort of balcony where his table's set up. And Ikrin takes off his goggles, kind of like rubs away any dirt and grime, and just immediately sits down to his meal.
All right. It looks like everyone has gathered. Welcome, one and all, to the Sinking Palace's great feast. Today we are celebrating the ascension of my dear son and daughter. I wish to promote them to become sort of joint leaders, shall we say. A reigning family of monarchs. Not just myself, but I wish to share this power among my dear offspring. And there's a lot of murmurs between the crowd, and they're like, you can hear some of them saying, perhaps this should be put to a vote. You hear the Earl saying, after all, it is custom. If any change in power must be voted upon.
I want to into the King Gullop's head. I want to cyclically say with a different voice, democracy.
Well, I suppose you are correct. Yes, and who am I to shirk the rules. I'm the king. I abide by the laws as all of you do. We shall put it to a vote.
And of course, he gets out these probably like little placards, and everyone has one. And they begin sort of taking votes as to whether this new joint leadership should be allowed or not. That was a whole nother side quest that you could have delved into, but I didn't want to make this so much more complicated. But the Bullywugs are voting amongst themselves right now, and there's lots of discussion happening whether this should be okay. Illig sort of gestures over to you, and he probably passes a note over, and
Yep. Tarquin will read it.
it says something like,
It is obvious that the king suspects some sort of coup is about to happen and is trying to off the target off his back and instead put it onto his own offspring. This is why King Gallop is so despicable.
And Tarquin again will just have his ear sort of twitch in acknowledgement, and then just sort of melt the thing in his hand with acid.
Also, he passes another note.
Also, we have acquired the allegiance of the royal champion, Sir Vulp. After I told him that you showed him mercy and he seems to be fond of you, Tarquin, he has decided to join our forces. The Knight of the Bright Fens is on our side, can you believe it? We are sure to win now.
And you do see the champion of Sir Vulp giving a good nod in your direction.
Tarquin will nod back at him because that's like an acknowledgement among equals. But that nod is also directed towards Illig. It's just not obvious because he's trying to keep this subtle.
Yeah, sure. In fact, he's probably right next to you. Like your chairs are like back to back. He kind of leans back on it and says,
Yes,
I got the note from Illig.
Look, he actually hands you the note, in fact.
Yeah.
Like, this is the note he got from Illig. Not from Illig, but like from one of his underlings, basically. Probably from like Gullabek.
Yeah.
And it says something like, find Illig the Baron of Mucksummer once the revolution lives. Gullop must pay for his tyranny. Taxation without representation. Fashion tastes. B.O. Coughing without covering his mouth. Bread. Milk. Eggs. Forgetting my birthday. That time I caked a bogberry pie and he just took a piece before I even had a chance. And then on the back is like some sort of weird, convoluted plan that just has arrows and X's and it just makes no sense. And at the bottom it just says, and he doesn't even like pie.
Tarquin will look at the note.
And what of you now? I'm on your side, ready to
Yeah.
help you whatever endeavor you wish. My glaive is yours.
Tarquin nods and just sort of leans over, like goes to almost give him like a companionly like pat on the shoulder, like, you know, they've had a good fight together in the past, so they're good friends now, and he's just gonna whisper in his ear, and he's just like, let me just think how to phrase this. My side is what's best for the Bullywug people, so just follow my lead when it comes to it. And,
okay,
you know, follow what I say rather than what other people might say I've said, if that makes sense.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check for this. I think he understands what you're trying to say, but he kind of gives you that concerning look, like he doesn't know exactly what's up, but he sort of trusts you nonetheless. Sort of leans back slowly on his chair, probably not saying much.
Yeah.
Probably just deep in thought as to like what's about to go down.
Yeah.
In this case, though, the The meals are all set before everyone, including the meal that is set before King Gullop, probably the largest platter of food before him. And it's at this point I need probably someone to roll stealth for these fairies. So I'll tell you what, I'll let let's have Tanwen roll for these little fairies that are hidden. They're completely invisible, but
Okay.
to the trained ear, you can hear a slight fluttering in the air. So just see, and then roll again. Sorry, roll. Not your stealth, but just roll another d20.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hmm.
So, roll a d20.
Yeah, they've actually got +8 to stealth, so you can take your 11 and then +8 to it. So it's effectively wait, well, sorry, not 11. Did you roll?
Yeah, it's a 4
Okay,
and an 8, so the 8 would
that's
be
fine.
Yeah.
better.
Okay, 8 + 8, 16. So let's see here. That beats most of the passive perception, at the very least. But there is one thing that is probably catching its attention. I'm gonna roll. Okay. So most of the guards don't even notice. This little fluttering goes straight past them. King Gullop is just about to dig into this meal, and suddenly you see, you hear that fluttering just kind of zzz, 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 but it's kind of intermingled with all these buzzing flies, so no one really bats an eyelid. Oh wait, there is one other character who might notice.
Can I
Nope.
cast, as I hear this, can I cast Minor Illusion and make a giant dragonfly appear in one of the windows? And as if it's making that noise? I'm going to try and just divert the attention a little bit. Yeah.
You absolutely can, but Minor Illusion does sort of, it's not very stealthy or discreet. So when you're casting it, it's sort of, there is a gesture to it and there is a verbal component, I believe. So
I'll do that under my breath. But yeah, if I can, as subtly as I can. And actually, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna lean over to Tanwen and I'm gonna say, it very loudly. Do you see any of the dishes which have the least amount of flies? And make as if I'm talking to her, and that's when I cast Minor Illusion to create a dragonfly.
I am not sure. I have been very worried. I have such a delicate digestive system.
I agree. We humans are not meant for this.
No, no offense to our hosts. I'm just worried that I will become ill and regret eating anything here. But it does look like if it's a bollywog. I mean, it looks. Oh my God! What is that in that window?
So you draw a lot of attention over to it, and there is a pair of eyes that definitely look over to it, and you hear that kind of loud grunt from the toad that is basically Gullop's mount, and just sort of looks over it towards it, and starts hopping towards the window.
Oh no! Flee, dragonfly friend! You're about to be eaten.
And this long lashing tongue sort of whips out towards it and just slaps against the window and wipes down it. Meanwhile, as Gullop turns, the fairies administer the poison to the feast, and he says,
"Come back here, kneel. Come back. Sit. Bad frog. No, you get your own meal. Look, we'll share. How about that? Would that keep you occupied?" Look,
and he starts cutting his meal in half, giving half to the frog and half to.
Oh God, no!
Nice.
It's gonna be chaos.
And you hear a little snapping at his feet. And
oh yes, don't worry, I haven't forgot you, Snoodle. Here you go.
And he takes off a little bite and feeds it to his tiny pet crocodile, which there he is.
Okay, but seriously, like which one of these does not have flies' eggs laid in it? Because I didn't have so much for breakfast that I can afford to go without.
Morgoth's next to you and says, "There's one with flies' eggs? Oh, I'll take it."
Yes, if you see any with flies eggs, please take all of it.
Oh, that's delicious. Here, you can swap with mine. Mine doesn't have any,
Oh,
sadly.
thank you. Very kind.
Nothing too fresh. Okay, so as this is happening, Norlop's coming over with a sort of a dessert after King Gullop's like woofed down his entire meal, and Norlop's approaching the king, saying, I have a delectable dessert for you, my king. These are baked cookies, fresh from the oven. They are all yours." And yeah, you can see they're painted green, like there's like a dye to them. They kind of look like frogs with little eyes and mouths. So they're kind of cute. And he says, "Oh, they look delicious." Seems to be coughing. Well, that meal was quite spicy. And you see his eyes are watering. I'm going to roll him a con save real quick. See just how bad it gets. Ooh, only 11. Yeah, not too high. And he is coughing profusely, like, and he sort of stands up, like, trying to like heave. And the Earl comes over, like, "Oh goodness, King Gullop, are you all right? Do you wish? Here, let me help you." And he starts like pulling away his napkin, and he tries to pat him on the back. And there's this constant coughing fit, and the rest of the bullywugs kind of looking around, like, "Uh oh." And he stands up, like, what did you do to this?" And you hear that gargling sound billing up in his throat before suddenly he pukes out his meal that's covered in bile, and even more than that, some sort of acidic concoction, because it burns through the rest of the food, and the table begins sort of disintegrating before everyone's eyes. And there's a gasp, there's screams of horror from around the balconies. "What did you tried to poison me?" And immediately the giant toad as well begins coughing and puking. Let me give him a little con save here. He manages to hold it a little bit further back. That's for sure.
How
But
does
the toad
the
is...
lizards do? There's
Oh, the
crocodile.
little Snoodle. Yes, poor Snoodle. Oh god, no. Snoodle's the worst. And being in this much pain, you see Snoodle just sort of snapping at the nearest thing next to him, which happens to be the Countess. Snapping onto her leg, she screams and flies this tray of cookies up into the air that just scatter around the ground everywhere. And King Gullops looks towards her and just, You've done something! Poisoned my food! Tried to poison the king! How dare you!"
Wait.
And she says, No, it wasn't me. Honest. Look.
Quick thing before, just before I decide what I say next. Was
go ahead.
Illig here before we were, or did he arrive after us?
Illig was already here, actually, as it happens. Yeah. You're gonna try and slip in the book, aren't you?
No, I'm gonna play this a bit differently than I was initially intending. So obviously that.
Okay.
But obviously, because at the moment he's like obviously doing this, but it's obviously got the psychedelic mushroom in as well. So that's gonna cause some problems in a little while. But before that does, Tarquin, just sort of, Your Majesty, don't blame Norlop. I believe I may know the actual culprit.
We'll get to the bottom of this either way.
I found this, and I hand him the note that mentions the revolution.
What?
He's just like, before he can accuse anyone more, he pukes again, and this acidic bile just like falls onto the floor. Illig, and his eyes sort of go bulging, and they look in different directions as he tries to read the note. But he does get enough of a semblance of vision to see revolution and Illig's name.
You, Illig, I knew it was always you.
Illig stands up, immediately scowling in your direction as you just passed the note. It says, "This is an outrage. Clearly someone has forged this note."
An outrage, Illig. How can you say such a thing when we found this in your property and I put the Book of Bad Blood down?
So it was you, Illig. What? Wrong voice. King Gallop. You had the book along all this time, didn't you? The book. He staggers towards it and nearly puke. He goes to nearly puke up on the book.
Yeah.
Uh,
Tarquin
God.
quickly sweeps it out of the way.
Like,
Like, don't
give
want to
me
destroy that, you king.
give me a deck save real quick. He's staggering. Oh yeah, you managed to get away just in time as another spray of bile goes over the tables. He knocks over nearby chairs. Everyone's completely stunned as to what to do in this moment. But seeing just Illig back and forth with the King Gullop, these accusatory shouts going back and forth, is when suddenly in strolls, what's his name? Murtops, the oldest of the bullywugs, enters, barging in as the guards are sort of distracted and almost pointing weapons in Illig's direction. And there you see, standing with his entourage, in each hand of the bullywugs is a spike with a severed head on the end of it, just entering into a feasting hall. And he shouts and bellows, "Enough of this riffraff! Clearly, King Gullop, you have shown a complete lack of leadership. With this many people trying to overthrow you, it's no surprise. You're incompetent, and Illig, you're a fiend. I suggest we bring back a real council." And he shoves the heads into the table, sticking them almost in the feasts themselves. And the heads themselves are also in agreement. They say, "Yes, for far too long, you've tried to belittle us, embarrass us. But we know what is best for this place." And people are just abhorrent, like, "Oh, in the food? How could you?" Meanwhile, the Countess is trying to get away from Snoodle, who's bit her leg.
Yeah.
It's all chaos is erupting at this moment.
Tarquin will call out, "Don't worry about the food. Illig probably poisoned some of the rest of it too. It's probably better that it's got dead heads stabbed into it."
Yeah, you could say that. What's everyone else doing in this moment of absolute mayhem?
I am standing up. I've got a bow drawn just in case I need to defend one of my teammates. So I've got my bow. I've got an arrow knocked. I've got the arrow pointed to the ground, but I could lift it up and shoot at any second.
Weapons are drawn. The guards have also got their weapons drawn as well. It's a complete and utter standoff as to what's going on. And I think everyone's just sort of watching and waiting to see who actually launches into an attack. Because there's just at the moment, it's just accusations being thrown left, right, and center. So I think I'm going to have Illig make a charisma check, which is just going to be there. And I'm going to make Murtops make a charisma check. Okay, and King Gullop, I'm going to give him this because he's quite clearly in the worst state right now. Yeah, natural one, figures. Everyone is looking at King Gullop with disgust and embarrassment. Like, he's been throwing up. His frog is throwing up on him. Snoodle runs over to a nearby cookie that has just dropped from the tray, and him being completely gone. He's like a psychedelic trip right now. Bites into one of the cookies, and you see Snoodle just roll over. His tongue sticks out, and his legs twitch before they give out.
Snoodle's dead?
Snoodle is dead.
Oh my goodness.
King Gullop looks around as you hear this slight little noise, and then oh no, Snoodle, my little darling, no, you gave me these cookies, Nolop. Is everyone out of my head?
Like that, maybe.
It is as Lord
terrified.
Murtop says, King Gollop. If you have inspired so much animosity from your people, are you truly fit to rule?
He turns around and says, "Of course I am, and for my next decree, I say, off with all of their heads." And he just, as a last desperate panic, orders the guards to try and take you guys. The
Tarquin
guards
just sort of looks at the guards and then just goes, "Savulp, would you like?"
I've
Mm.
raised my arrow, pointing it straight at the king, and looked at them and said, "Don't, just don't."
Snoodle was all I had. Snoodle was the last straw. And he goes, "Get them! Get them! Off with their
I'm
heads!"
still pointing my arrow straight at the king. He's far enough away. He's 10 foot away, so I'm not firing at disadvantage.
Did somebody say off with their heads?
The executioner, almost on cue, rises up out of the pool of water, just water running down his patchwork skin, still with this massive glaive in hand. And Sir Vulp says,
No, there will be no bloodshed. Clearly, this is a vote of no confidence. We do things the right way in the arena. Oui? Does this sound agreeable? Then you can avenge your snool.
King Gullop is still in complete furious, but the guards are not obeying his orders. And Sir Vulp says,
If anyone so much as thinks about attacking without the proper line of law, then I will fight them myself.
and all the guards immediately stand down, knowing that they are no challenge for Sir Vulp. He is the best
And
fighter in the Soggy Court.
Wow.
I'll lower my bow as well, now that the guards have lowered theirs. I'm not unknocking the arrow. I'm just pointing it
Yeah.
at the floor.
So there's this sort of standoff for a moment, just completely not unsure as to what to do. But you can tell King Gullop has gone red in the face. He can hardly talk anymore as he's just puking up continuously. But he's also teary over the loss of his snoodle. Illig is like gritting his face right now. You can tell he's white knuckled, like furious that you're trying to drop him in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's almost like on the edge of attacking, but it does seem like Vulp is the only thing standing between you guys and
Yep.
combat right now.
Which is why I played it how I did. But Tarquin is gonna have a glance over towards King Gollop's children, because his words were, "Snoodle was the only thing I had." How do his children react to that?
Yeah, they look very just disgusted with that. They're like, "Father, you just said that we were going to be shared monarchs, and now you are just the worst. I cannot even trust my own father."
Mother Glumph, I believe that the reason King Gollop was trying to put you there was to take a target off of his back and onto yours. He is clearly scum. And clearly, Illig is also scum, for he has put poison in stuff that would affect anyone here. He doesn't care who he kills.
What?
His anger only grows to a boiling point, and he starts to like mount up onto his frog, almost as if perhaps trying to go for a getaway. And that's when people hear or see out the window. There's this loud crashing sound, and you see the line of clothes suddenly snap. And yeah, I need everyone to give me, probably it's going to be a dex saving throw. That makes the most sense to me. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
No.
Some good ones.
Don't know why Xaxx is rolled twice.
Yeah, I don't know either. The 5 was the first one, so.
Oh, yeah, I really am completely unsure. You might want to check your key bindings just in case there is something odd going on there. But in the meantime, let's just make this bigger. Okay. So this incredibly loud crash is met with this. The entire top half of the roof of the called sinking palace just immediately caves in as a gigantic balloon, the gas balloon, just comes hurtling into the actual room, knocking over the tables, crashing over the food. Ikrin's face goes completely wide and is like jaw dropped as this gas balloon collides with King Gullop as he's about to jump up on top of his toad, and the balloon just poof, crashes right into him. He's quite corpulent, so I'm going to roll his with disadvantage. Or at least try to. Okay, so 14. Not great, but let's see what the rest of you guys got. Pretty good, apart from Xaxx and Rodolfo. So I'm going to give you
And
guys...
Nox.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 out of us.
Okay. So 3 of you are going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, if you could mark that on your own sheets.
Jesus.
This massive balloon, the ceiling has caved in. A balloon has just crashed into basically everyone at the climax of this anger and standoff. And
I told him to get insurance.
none other than the what's her name?
Oh, it's
Trov
gonna
Loop.
be her, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And she says as she crashes and collides with you, it's the Dame of Drywater. She says, "Death to the king! No! All hail Dame of Drywater!" And she like falls out of the balloon as she's crashing it, just falling down, basically just sploshing into the water. The giant toad right next to her, probably trying to swallow her in that same moment. The crocodiles rush in. They're just attacking anonymously, and all chaos has just hit the fan. What did you guys do as this balloon is just
All right.
hurtled into it?
Did you
I'm gonna
also
try-
say that the washing line snapped?
Yes, it did. Yeah, it came at an angle.
Yeah, Tarquin just
Not
sort
that
of
one, though.
looks at the others and just looks at the washing line. It's just like, I think this might be a good time to take our leave and leave the politics up to the bullywugs.
Right. I'm going to try to keep up appearances that Rodolfo's our ambassador and I'm just a guard. So I'm going to throw my bow over my shoulder, put my quiver back, grab Rodolfo, and try to drag him out of the building into safety.
All right.
Rodolfo has his hands full of buffet food, and he is like, one hand is full of food, and the other one is like trying to brush the dirt and flies off of it. And so he absolutely does not see this thing that's crashing through the wall and trips over his own feet and into Tanwen. Tanwen, get us out of here!
Yes.
We are under attack.
Your ambassadorship, yes. So I'm gonna. Do I need to roll a strength check to grab Rodolfo and drag him out, or can I just do it?
Yeah, you can do it, no problem. It was just sort of the
Okay.
impact of things tumbling on top of them and crashing against her. But
All right, so I'm gonna
he is free.
drag you, Rodolfo, and I can actually out by the tree, and by Tarquin.
Okay, I will follow you at. Let's go.
Actually,
Action
point,
collides
based
with at
on where
least.
these trees are, is this building on top of a tree? Is this
I
like branches?
I think it is. The top the top tiers of it are kind of like supported by the branches itself.
Huh.
Yeah.
I just noticed
the
that.
palace is built around it.
All right, I don't see Xaxx. Is Xaxx okay? Do I need to go in and get Xaxx?
I'm currently pulling myself from under a table that's crashed on top of me.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nox, can you see Xaxx?
I'll go back and try and free.
No, you're in the doorway. Can you see him from the doorway?
Only just. That's why I want to slightly go back and maybe giving him a hand.
Yeah, you can do. Morgor is trying to eat her way out through the buffet. She's like coated in food from head to toe.
Oh my god, Morgoth, that's a great idea. I'm gonna start doing the same thing.
it works to some degree. You do feel the darkness recede as you eat your way an opening and your head pokes out. And yeah, you definitely spot them, Nox.
Xaxx, you come in. I
Uh,
think we're getting out of here. Getting out of Dodge.
Are we? Okay. I'm just gonna hang by the door for a second. I really want to see what happens next.
Ikrin's like absolutely screaming at the top of his lungs, like, "My balloon! Why? Why, you stupid fool! You dame of dry water! Oh, more like dame of disaster! You know how long it took to repair this? Oh, Xaxx, come back! What about that insurance you said?
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't have the paperwork in time, and so this is exactly what I warned you about. If you had bought the insurance yesterday, then I could have processed this. I would have covered all the costs of your repair. But unfortunately, you turned me down, and this is why you have insurance. This is exactly why you have insurance. You never know when somebody's gonna go and try to overthrow the king.
He's wiping away like cake from his goggles.
If you're still interested, I will still go into business with you. But as this, recent events, your rates will be a little bit higher than normal.
I mean, this is what the second balloon that's gone down.
Yeah, it's
like
at this point, it's a bit of a history of it's a high risk industry. It looks like, and so we need to adjust for that. It's a risky situation.
Okay.
It's risky business.
So while absolute chaos is going on, you guys try to sneak away, and you make it out of the entrance. Whilst you see the animal handler Vlonk is actually trying to hold back the crocodile.
Yeah, I just say to Vlonk, we might not need to find the thing now.
It seems that way. Just let me handle this mess.
Yeah. Right, well, that went interestingly. But
interestingly,
right.
wow, that was
Yeah.
It looks like the king's gonna be overthrown, but now what? I guess is my question.
To be honest, at the moment,
chaos behind us. What are we to do? Is this the point?
The reason I was so adamant about leaving is because one of the washing lines broke, and they seemed really scared of that previously.
Indeed.
So, also.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm thinking we go get a boat and use this chaos, which might distract them, to do the other things that we need to do, which is get inside.
Get inside the hut, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
okay.
You can rush around to a boat. Do you want to go to the back of the sinking palace, or are you going to go round to the beginning pier where you kind of arrive?
Yeah, go. I'm thinking because obviously this area is potentially going to get Bavlorna's wrath because of the broken washing line. So the lightning cloud balloon is gone.
Correct. It is gone. Yes.
Yeah.
Now you just suddenly notice it in all the chaos that's happened, and people haven't been looking to the skies. But you look over to the pier, that balloon has gone. The big storm cloud one is gone.
Wonder what that means.
It probably means they finished whatever business they had to do. So, I'm thinking we go around this way.
Whoops.
So,
off you go.
I went on to
You
the
can.
map.
Yeah. So which way are you going? To the left.
Yeah, gonna go through the pavilion and basically circle round back towards where the balloons are and probably get on these boats here.
Okay, I'm gonna drag you around.
That's Tarquin's plan anyway, unless anyone's got a disagreement.
No, it's better than my plan of going straight through the water.
This is a fine plan, yes.
Okay. So
Tarquin, was that what you planned to happen? Or the chaos was a balloon and everybody killing everyone else?
The balloon was a bit of a wild card. Wasn't expecting that, but honestly, based on how like Illig's acting and like his reasoning, particularly after what was on that revolutionary note, he didn't seem the right type to be a good ruler. He was very non-committal on what he was going to do to help, and didn't seem. He seemed like he was just going to be another King Golem, basically. Whereas that
so it's the democracy guy you like, the old guy.
Yeah, I mean he's got the wisdom. He's going to use the wisdom of the former kings to back him up, and I've tried to introduce him to some ideas, and he seems receptive to them. So, you know,
I mean, you know that all the former kings were also insane and power hungry.
I know, but hopefully he'll just listen to them for advice. But I also said perhaps instead have his entourage be like the people and just have like the heads advisors. So and then eventually have them like rotate out for a vote and stuff. So
You are you astonish me with your optimism once again. But well, it's interesting. We'll see what happens.
Well, the main thing is we've just caused a lot of chaos. That washing line has snapped. So I'm imagining all of Bavlorna's many eyes. I'm imagining that she has more than two. Don't know why. Are looking in that direction. So if we come from this direction, we should have the element of surprise.
Okay. In that case, unbeknownst to you, as this chaos has gone on, crawling from underneath the top of the gas balloon, we see Illig and his cronies, and his eyes are blood red with rage, and they spot you guys just running off towards the pavilion, and he croaks towards his allies, "After them." And as you guys are about to set off, you're kind of at the end of the pier here, and you're just about to jump on the boats. You're kind of like undoing the rope and such, having this discussion, when you hear calling out from behind you guys, "You!" You can hear him like out of breath a little bit. "Where do you think you're going? Traitor!"
I'm afraid you have us mixed up with someone else. We are merely visitors from another monarch. It's in our position to interfere in a civil war. You
I've had
know,
enough of your lies.
we must be
Enough of your
discreet.
tricks.
Well,
It's time we settle this score. You ruined everything.
Good luck with your.
Illig, you ruined everything yourself, to be honest. But what can you do?
He draws a glaive, and you see all the others do the same. And I'm gonna have you guys roll initiative.
What?
Honestly,
I didn't
what
get
is
to
it
do
with
the
everyone
thing I wanted to do.
glaives? I mean,
I know, it's just the bullywug weapon of choice, apparently. The others have spears. There you
Why
go.
does it keep doing two? Every roll I do does two.
Lots of twos. Alright, let's get them
No,
on.
like I keep on rolling twice for some reason.
Oh, yeah, I'm really completely unsure as to how that is happening. I'll have to ask the Discord, but...
It's not at all with the keybinds, because I don't have any keybinds
okay.
set.
If it's not that, then I'm going to have to ask in the Discord and find out for you. In the meantime, though, it looks like right at the top of the round, Nox, you're up first. They've clearly had enough, and they've stalked you all the way to the boats. These are the only adversaries left in the soggy court by the looks. Morgor is with you, by your side. But what do you want to do, Nox?
I will produce a flame knife and go for the one in the middle.
Yep. Illig?
Yeah, that dude.
That
dude. Cast that one. Ooh, very good, very nice.
Yeah, nice. That's a hit.
Ooh.
A flame knife. Oh, this one. Ooh, that's going to be dex saves for all four of them?
Yep.
All four, yeah.
Okay, so Illig got a 16.
I like
Uh-oh. He didn't do very well.
Hey, his name's also Ikrint.
Oh, no, he's actually Gallabek. I just don't know. I think I've still got the other one selected. Okay, not good either. What about this one?
Right from the get-go, it's going.
Oh, yeah, 16 for Grundle Grants.
So, Illig takes 10. The two
Okay.
that failed take 3.
Take 3.
And because I think is Ice Knife / Flame Knife, it's a save and you don't take any damage from the deck save spell, right? Or is it a half damage?
It's not half damage.
No, okay. So
Mm.
there you go. Done a decent chunk to them.
I think that's
Especially
my turn.
okay, cool. Alright. And go to Lorig. Governor of Rippletide Manor charges forward towards you, Nox, with a retaliatory spear attack. He's going to use two-handed.
Miss.
Ooh, no, it's a miss. Ah, he's still got a little bit of scorching. It's like, it's too dry, my skin. He doesn't like that. But let's see, multi-attack. He's going to go for another strike. But actually, no, this time's with his bite. So he strikes with a spear and then lunges forward to try and just nom you. Any luck? No.
My
That
skin
misses.
kind of just turns to like really rough bark. So
Ugh.
can't
And he
chew
gets a
through that.
mouthful of. And he probably gets a mouthful of petals as well. And he's like, it's too sweet.
I did that.
Grundle Grants, Knight of Herons, you're up. This is a fully armored Bullywug Knight. This guy clatters forward towards you, Tarquin. And yeah, he's also got a glaive. Strikes twice. You know the attack patterns of these Bullywugs, though, and you've got used to their martial prowess, easily dodging both of them. Too predictable. Xaxx, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to use my movement to get in the boat.
Okay.
Because I think we're eventually
Yeah,
going to want to
hop
get
in.
in the boat. So I'm hopping in the boat. And then I will need Mr. Illig to make a saving throw.
Yep.
Oh, no, it's the wrong one. Sorry. That's the one.
Oh, okay. Tell the dead. Yeah, he is injured, so somehow, though, he is so full of rage and anger that you're unable to really affect his mind or his will. His will is too strong.
Okay, and then I'm
And-
going to bonus action healing word myself.
You can't revolution the revolution.
That's why they call them revolutions. They keep coming round.
Well, let me bring my glaive round on your head.
He's going to charge forward.
Sorry.
Let's see.
Heal up. There we go.
Has he got reach on this? No. Oh, he does. Okay. So he's got 10 for reach. He can actually just about get to you, Tarquin. And, yep, strikes towards you. 13 misses. And... That's got to hit, surely. No, just barely. Just nearly touching the tip of your...
Tarquin just sort of weaving amongst these and just literally on the last one just spins on the spot. Revolution.
This was supposed to be my moment of glory.
And as he spins round, can't remember if I've got this set up right, so I think remembering how this works, as he spins round and points his fist towards them as he brings out his Breath of the Dragon on them. So,
Oh, yeah, that's good.
which, so I need a dex save from the pair of them.
Yep.
DC 15.
They fail.
So they take 2 of my... Is it plus wisdom? To 7. Yep, so they take 2d4 damage. So
2d4.
So 4 acid damage as he essentially tries to melt them. And then
Okay,
I believe
nice.
because of key-fueled attack, if I spend one or more as part of my attack, I can make an unarmed attack still. So this guy gets acidic fist to the face.
Oh, crit. Nice. Busting through that armor now that it's kind of slightly melted from the acid. Get a clean strike into his belly. He wins him.
Yep.
Morgott also steps up. He's going to try and run through this one on you, Knock. Misses. No. Okay. Gonna try again. Morgott, it's always the same. Whenever I roll NPCs on your side, they're always terrible. I'm trying to get this one of your back knocks. Get into the boat. Rodolfo, you'll go.
I'm a go.
When it's your turn, though, you can't move yet. Get back here. Grabs you. Okay, sorry, Rodolfo, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to cast Hex on Illig.
Yeah.
So that it gives an extra damage if I hit it with an attack, but it also gives him disadvantage. And I'm gonna say disadvantage on dexterity checks.
Gotcha.
Now, can I cast a cantrip as well as that, or I mean,
Yeah,
that was a
can.
bonus, so I'll
Correct.
cast Eldritch Blast on him as well.
All right, go ahead.
Hang on, let me target.
Better double right click or alt click. Either
Yep.
one's good.
Eldritch Blast, where are you? Boop.
Nice.
Okay.
I hit him.
15. He gets an extra d6.
Yeah.
Plus 4 necrotic.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, looking wounded from this. Staggers back, looking down at the wound, like not even sure what just hit him. But he doesn't feel great.
And I'm gonna step back a little bit, a couple feet back onto the dock.
Okay.
There we go.
And I think it's Tanwen's go now.
I am, let me ask you this. If I go to the very back of the pier, am I still shooting with disadvantage? Because I know it's 5 feet and I have to be 10 feet away, right?
So these squares are 10 feet by 10 feet.
Okay, so if I go to the back of the pier, I'm far enough away to fire my bow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the very back of the pier as my movement. And I am going to shoot Gloric, the governor of Riptide Manor.
Go for it. Just double right click him to target him, and you should be able to.
Thought I did.
So long as you've got little arrows around them, should be.
Come on, baby. He does not want to be fired on.
Okay, try holding Alt and left clicking him.
Okay, Alt, left click. All right, there we
That
go.
works. Okay.
All right, so I am going to fire my longbow.
That hits. Oh, okay, that was a lot of damage. Max damage. Well played. That goes straight through his head, and he kind of staggers back, and then falls over.
Okay.
He's out.
Nux, I got one off of you. Sorry, can't do more.
Gullabek, Master Smith of the Verdant Lagoon, looks like he's just saw his ally go down, and actually, he's going to try and get you back with that Tanwen.
Okay,
fair enough. He's going to throw the spear out to a range. But that, you see it coming, and perhaps he's just a little bit shaken, the fact that one of his bullywug friends has gone down, and that just goes into the water.
It's a shame it didn't clatter into the rowboat. We could have used another spear.
Yeah. He pulls out his shield, and I guess runs in to here, and then he's going to try and bite. Oh wait, can I do that? Yeah, 2 attacks. One with bite, one with spear. So instead he just tries to bite onto Morgort. Misses though. Can't get through. Oops, sorry, Tanwen. Can't get through the armor. And that's his go. Back to the top. Nox.
Right. I'm going to use my movement to move into the boat,
Okie doke.
like so. And then I'm gonna use.
Nox, I'm so sorry. I can just barely hear you.
Sorry, it's probably Jamie's headset again.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I don't shout down the microphone like Jamie, so. Right. So I'm going to. Oh. I'm torn between Moonbeam and Wither and Bloom, but Tarquin does Moonbeam. Yeah, I'll get Moonbeam up
All right.
to that. Click on the dice. Yeah. 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 So.
Oh, very nice. That actually takes out the one at the back. And yeah, his skin kind of shrivels up from the radiant, and he just like falls away trying to dodge it, but then trips over and lands face first into the mud. Meanwhile, Illig is looking really rough at this point. Ah! Yeah, he's not having a good time of it. And I think that's your go. So we'll go over to Grundle Grants, who seems to be the hardy sort, able to fight back quite consistently. He's going to go for you again. Actually, we'll split up the fun. Go one with Tarquin. Nope. He's having no luck trying to strike you.
Yep.
And sees how he can fare against Morgort instead. And does manage to get through the armor. Ah, slices across her. Ah! You are cowardly. Opportunists, that's what you are. No better than the monarchs before them. Selfish and greedy. Xaxx, you're up. Two left.
That's
Sacred
disappointing.
Flame. He does manage to pass. He kind of hops out of the way just in time. A little spark of flame erupts on him. Back to Illig. And he's going to go for a strike on Morgort. Oh no, natural 20 on Morgort. Quite a nasty blow dealt to Morgort, skewering her. However, he says, I give you one chance, Morgort. Join us or die. These outsiders are not worth your allegiance. Ugh, I'll give my life for them. They saved mine. It's only right. Fine, have it your way. He pulls his glaive out and slices against you again, Tarquin.
Finally,
gets
landing the
a
blow.
nick. Yeah, finally gets a nick on your fur, but it's your go.
Yep. So...
Oh, they shouldn't be standing in this. I just realized. One of them's dumb, obviously, but Illig isn't as stupid. He sees this moonbeam coming, like crashing down on him. He's gonna hop to the left in the water, sort of circle around.
And
yeah, that'll be it.
This one can have a quarterstaff attack. Nope. Followed
He's got that armor.
by another
That
acidic
one
punch.
Hey, here we go. Yeah, he's gonna get him beaten up, but he's still holding his own.
They just
Much
sort
more,
of looked at him and just be like, "You're meant to be a knight. What sort of honor do you call this?" And then
Illig has an honorable cause. He's much better suited for the throne.
Agree to disagree. Morgoth, would you like to put your point across?
Indeed, I would. And she sort of sees Illy coming up from behind, tries to stab down past you. Can't get an angle on him, and it hits the pier. She finally gets through though.
Yeah. I like to think with this one, she's going to stab Tarquin, and Tarquin just jumps over it, so Illick's not expecting it.
Yeah, nice. And Illy gets a good chunk down to him. It's Morgoth's. Rodolfo's going out. Baron of Mugstump here, he's looking rough. He's like bleeding out into the river.
Tarquin looks towards the river.
Yeah. There is blood in the water.
Hmm.
What do you want to do, Sarah Jane? Some Eldritch Blast. Damn. Afraid that's a miss. And doesn't get to trigger the Hex Blade, the Hex even, I'm afraid, but he kind of ducks under the water, dodging the blast this time. Tanwen?
Okay, I will fire another arrow. This time I'm gonna go for the Baron since he looks like he is
Oh yeah.
he's
Pretty well.
down, but he's not out. So
No,
missed
not gonna
him.
get past his armor.
Yeah.
Which is a problem for him as well. He would actually be sort of sinking. He's not actually swimming as much as he is sinking in there. So that's not good for him, but we're back to the top with Nox.
Oh, before we go to Nox, can I use one of my lucky to re-roll?
You can actually do that, yes.
Okay, so let me come over feature. I'm going to use lucky,
And
use the ability, and then I will go back over to inventory, longbow, and fire again. Not any better. Okay, well, I tried.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's a shame. But Tanwen, it's in this chaos of the battle that's going on, unfolding here. You saw that there was some sort of illusion of dragonflies outside, and you just catch out of the corner of your eye again another set of dragonflies, but Rodolfo couldn't possibly still be causing that illusion, and you start to see them fluttering towards you, and there's not two, not three this time, but they've doubled in number, and there are literally 6 dragonflies almost like in a formation coming towards you. Cue Flight of the Valkyries, because they're coming to your aid. It looks like these dragonflies just swooping in towards you.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, I know better than to look away from my target during a battle, but I can't help looking up at the dragonflies.
Yeah, they're coming in fast. Okay. Grundlegrants, Knight of the Herons. He takes radiant damage at the start of his turn, doesn't he?
Yep.
Do you want to roll that for me, Nox? Should be like 2d10? 2d10, yeah. Sorry, no, it's 1d10. No, it's not. What is
It's
it?
2d10, but he has to make a con save.
Okay, gotcha. Well, if you could do that, and I'll give him a con. Fails. He's burning up. Oh. Yeah, he too is also looking pretty rough now. Maybe thinking about retreating, but he's kind of on equal footing with Morgort, so it takes one more kind of stab at it.
No, I didn't get my turn.
Oh yeah, sorry. No.
It's okay.
Go ahead right now, if you will.
I'm gonna go for Illig. I'm gonna go for Illig, and I'm gonna produce flame to his face.
To the face.
To the face.
1 point of damage. He's in the water, so it kind of makes sense that it's not doing much. It sort of just simmers out very quickly.
That didn't go as planned.
I'm in the water, you fool.
All right. So Xaxx now, actually.
Okay. Okay, well, my distance stuff isn't working, so I'm gonna get out of the boat here. And I'm gonna go over to Illig. Oh, I'm gonna go over to Illig. And I am going to, with my action, try to punch him in the face.
Okay. Oh no, that's not a punch. Oh lord. It was an all or nothing. Unfortunately, he managed to swat your hand away with his glaive. Yeah.
Oh my god.
No.
This is so frustrating. Okay.
You definitely see a fear in his eyes, though. He's like, and he's bloodied, and he looks pretty beaten. 2 of his men are down. 1 of them are pretty much on the way out. He knows when he's been bested at this point. Can't hit Tarquin.
I'm using my bonus action to regain an expended spell slot.
Okay, no worries. Channel Divinity, yeah. All right, sort of seeking out those connections to the Watcher's Pool. That immense amount of power stored within the moon sheds a light into yours. Now, Illig knows when he's been beaten, and he starts to disengage.
He
says,
the disengage action.
Yeah, he is going to have to, otherwise that's going to be rough for him. But he sort of paddles away from you guys and says,
Your betrayal here will not be forgotten. You are not welcome here in the Soggy Court. You will never have a title.
and he spits in your direction.
Tarquin's just like, your titles are worth dirt to me. My title's much better.
Pah! And as he swims deeper away, he kind of sinks in that same motion because he's wearing armor, but it gives him total concealment. You're not able to see him through the murky water, and you lose sight of him somewhere where the balloon used to be. But he's gone now. Meanwhile, something else is moving. There's a bunch of lily pads that perhaps Nox you see because you just jumped into the boat, so you're sort of facing that direction maybe. All these lily pads here get knocked aside from something. Like something pushed whatever was underneath the water. And then these ones get pushed aside as well. The ones closer to where Illig just went.
Guys,
Tarquin.
there's something in the water.
Yeah. Tarquin just sort of turns and looks at Grundlekrantz and is just like, your fearless leader just fearlessly retreated, so are we continuing to do this, or are we done?
Yeah, he looks very down, in fact. He will probably drop his glaive and surrender.
No. Hop off.
I have no more fight left in me.
Hop off and maybe take a vacation. I hear the weather's quite nice this time of year, or will be by the time we get done with it.
Morgort kicks him to the ground and picks up the glaive away from him.
You heard him. Off with you.
And he does. On his turn, he's going to run. You can already see he's beginning to turn. So it's up to you, Rodolfo. What do you want to do?
What do you think? Should we let them go?
Let him go. There's no honor in killing somebody who's surrendered.
Well, it's not exactly a surrender; it's a retreat. But I get your point.
He's gonna need time to lick his wounds anyway. So
If
And there is something in the water, according to Nox. So maybe we should face the other way.
if he goes though, he's gonna take damage regardless.
Yeah, he is.
He's gonna get microwaved.
A little bit. It won't kill him, but yeah, he is bloodied at this point. I'll roll his con save. Okay. Oh yeah, he is getting microwaved again. You can roll another 2d10.
Oh,
I love
well.
how we're calling radiant damage radioactive damage now. And then Tanwen, are you letting him go, or are you?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
let him go. I'm
yeah.
turning around to see what Knox, and I'm looking for what Knox is seeing.
Yeah,
So
is he
I'm
dead?
trying to figure out what's in the
Okay.
water that's worrying Knox.
Something got to about here, where the lily pads get pushed aside quite violently.
Yeah, I didn't see what exactly it was, but
No, it's too murky.
Knox, do you think it's that thing you saw last night?
it was, well, they were spiky creatures in the water, spiky
Mm.
fish creatures, so it might be. Have we seen any spikes yet? Like, come up?
No,
from
there's
the
no
water?
fins out the top of the water. What you do see instead is a little periscope beginning to rise up out of the water. Instead of a little lens, though, you see a snake's head, and it looks left, looks right, and as it does, you can see the stitches around its head that are clearly attached to something below the water.
Oh no.
And as its tongue laps out, you see a ticket for a tongue. And sure enough, when it comes back around to its go, well, Illig is trying to get away, but that's not going to stop old Snappy from honing in on the target.
Yep.
It is Snappy, the one and only. He's returned with a vengeance, but not
Yeah.
for you this time. He's come for Illig. Oh no, I missed with
Not
the first.
even Snappy can get him.
No, it's too fast. I feel like we got a Captain Hook and the crocodile sort of scene right going on, where Illig is just like running as fast as he can or swimming as fast as he can away, and Snappy's just giving chase, biting at his rear. They just they just run off into the distance, swim away.
Tarquin, this is probably the best time for us to get in the boats and get
Yep.
over
I was
to
thinking the same
Balbona's
thing.
hut.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yep. That's 2 obstacles out the way. So let's go.
Morgott looks quite wounded.
Rest up in the boat, Morgott, or if you want to wait here and we'll get you on our way out. It's up to you.
Do we, Tarquin? Do we have 10 minutes?
We 10 minutes. Why 10 minutes?
Because I can heal everybody up in 10 minutes. But I need 10 minutes to do
How
it.
long do we think it will take to row across to the hut?
A couple rounds.
Not as quick.
And I think it's as Tanwen said, if ever there was a better time when Snappy
row
is
across now. Once we're in the entrance to the hut, if we feel it's safe, we'll take that 10 minutes. But for now, I think we need to get across.
All right.
Okay, so you can just move yourselves as tokens across the water. I'm just going to assume you're on the boat. And as soon as you get there, you see this big, wide. Oh, you found the entrance already. I see. Well done, Nox. There is a gangway and a set of stairs. So this is the bottom, and Xaxx, you're able to moor up against it, put the boat up, and walk up the planks towards this massive cottage, and it is huge. And I think as you're getting up to the top as well,
Pretty nice in here.
there's probably looks like Tanwen, Rodolfo, you'll probably last when you see coming out of the side balcony.
Oh.
There is a massive lily pad that just floats off the top of the balcony, and there's some sort of shadow on the top of the lily pad. You can tell, perhaps where the light's filtering through, there's something standing on top of this lily pad, and it hovers across the air, just flying seamlessly. All those little roots are still dangling down from it, but it just hovers off the balcony and it is heading towards the crash site in the sinking palace.
Do you have a picture of that?
Yeah, I'll try to get you something. Let me find lily pad. Bobbit. Yeah, okay. I do have a picture. No, I don't. Lied. Okay, I have sort of a half a picture. I don't want to show you that. Okay, hold on.
Okay, that's fine. That's
crop
fine.
it.
I understand.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
I'll crop it for you so you can actually get a good look at it without seeing what on top. You're sort of seeing the underside. So, grab this, edit, up here. Okay. But congratulations, guys! You kind of made it to the cottage whilst all of this is going on. Save as. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the Discord just because it's easier to see there for the moment. Okay, yeah. This is what you see basically,
Okay.
and you see something on the underside, like there's clearly a shadow of someone standing on it, and all those little
Okay.
roots and reeds are dangling from the platform, and it's just almost like a
Oh.
magic carpet, but it's a green, verdant.
No, well, it's a whole new
Water.
world. So
Okay.
Mhm.
Xaxx, can you give me dark vision? I can't see a
I
thing in here.
can I can yeah, sure, I can give you dark vision.
Can you do
I
that
can
to
that's
more than
something I
one
can
person?
do. I will find out.
I thought you could do it
I
to
think
multiples.
as long as we're within a few feet of you, right? I
Right.
thought that was the
Because
thing.
I could also use it because I can see nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do it to anybody who's in 10 feet of me.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it will last.
Xaxx,
It'll last for an hour.
all right, Xaxx, keep talking so I can walk over to you or you walk over to us.
200
I'm
dim.
right here. I'm right here by the door. Can you hear me? Hello, this is your mother speaking.
So 300
You
dim.
should clean up your room.
Okay.
Is it 300 dim vision?
300 feet, yes.
Okay.
Hello, Tanwen. We are
right.
here.
Hi.
Can you see each other now?
Yep.
Do not fall in the water.
Yes, I can see Tarquin and Nox and Rodolfo, and
Perfect.
Xaxx is right in front of Tarquin.
Right.
Hello.
There we go.
And I can see the whole room.
Oh,
I can see the whole room as well.
should be able to. Your vision's big enough that
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
So we're in. So far, it all seems good. So I guess we start looking.
Before y'all move anywhere, I saw something floating away from the cottage back towards the palace in the crashed balloon. So I don't know if Bavlana is still here or not,
Well,
or if she sent
that's.
some of her guards to check that out.
Well, if she was not here, she would be back soon, but
Right,
either way.
let's
Yeah.
start looking around once we got the chance, I guess, unless we want to take the 10 minutes to heal up.
I would like to
That's
cast a detect magic first. And
Few Eldritch
and
Sight.
and do it and
Okay.
do a quick walk as far away from Xaxx as I can.
All
So,
right.
it's 10 feet away, but yeah, just in the surrounding area, see if anything is pinging as particularly magical.
Yes, there is. 30 feet from you, there is a mirror in a pool of water that is definitely giving off the aura of conjuration.
Ooh. See that mirror? That mirror is magic. Doing something, I don't know. Maybe
And
it calls up your worst fears or your most beautiful hair day.
there would be coming from this lily pad, but this lily pad isn't here right now. So I'm just going to put a big X over it.
Okay.
That lily pad is absent from the water. Okay, let me give you a good description here because I know we're all sort of charged off ahead and I haven't got a chance to say what's
Yep.
actually in here.
Oh.
So let me set the scene for you. Okay. All right. So the ceilings and rooftops are sort of caked in slippery looking moss. In fact, most of the surfaces in here are all kind of rotted wood and it creaks with every single footstep you make. That rickety staircase was bad enough, but now you're in here, yeah, everything's creaking. The mossy planks kind of groan and bend underfoot. And as your vision finally comes into view of this entire room, you can see the walls are made of a soft mossy wood, and the windows are completely like opaque from all the grime that's on top of them. So there wasn't much light coming in. That's why you were basically blind in here. Now you can see though, there's a recessed pool lined with a moldy clay tile that takes up most of the large square in the room. You can smell the stagnant water filling the depression to a depth of about 1 foot there. And rising from the pool in the center is the head of a stone well that gives off this unpleasant, pungent odor. And it's at that point you realize that pillar that was supporting the actual cottage in the middle, that's actually a well. You just couldn't tell from the outside. So that's a bit of a peculiar thing, just an entire well inside the cottage. And then there's in one corner of the pool, standing tall, this kind of dirty freestanding mirror, and in that there's this oval frame and that floating. Oh no, the lily pad's not there, but that's it. Yeah, the oval frame is definitely giving off conjuration. And the creaky wooden floorboards arranged in the 10-foot wide raised walkway around the pool. It's quite crowded with shelves and tables. There's stools in all shapes and sizes. Almost every available surface is littered with stacks and stacks of dirty plates, scraps of food, old junk. It looks like a tip in this place. And finally, there is some dressing dummies pushed together in one corner over in the top right. And there's a wooden staircase in the top left. Other than that, there are other
I'm
doors.
sorry. What's a tip? Is it a garbage can?
Yeah,
It's a
tip is
garbage
like,
dump.
yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
it, a garbage dump, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, where you just pile up rubbish. But that's it. There's other doors leading to other rooms, but I'll let you guys explore now. Do whatever you want.
Just reading the tuning key. It says like it acts like a doubting rod if it's touched against a locked object. Does that mean that it will just be like active for the rest of the day, and if I come within range
Yep.
of it, it will start ringing?
That's right. You can
Okay.
tap it against the locked object, and from that point on, it's active.
Okay.
And when you come into contact, then you get the rings.
Okay, so Tarquin is
gonna-
going to do that. He's going to place it against his pocket watch,
Okay, gotcha.
so that it begins to activate, and then he's just like,
All
"Alright,
right.
I guess we'll have a look round. If that lily pad thing you saw flew away, considering how important this room looks, if it came from here maybe, then this might be our only chance to really scout out whilst Babylon might not be here."
Yeah. Just everybody be careful, and I'm gonna tap Nox on the shoulder and give her vigilant blessing.
Thank you very much, Zach.
So you have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Yeah.
So Tarquin.
Tarquin,
Yep.
ping.
Ping.
You hear a ping from your tuning fork. The first
It's within
ping
60,
has struck.
isn't it?
Correct, within 60 feet.
Okay. So Tarquin would like to check this door for any signs of any traps or other nefariousness.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, roll an investigation check.
Ah, yes, I'm great at these.
It is so covered in grime and moss, it's almost impossible to tell if there's something over the, over the
Then
handle.
we will try to open the door.
It's a little bit hard to push it at first with all the sort of, with the wood being so rotten. It's kind of like, inflated a little bit, and you have to, but it pops eventually, and you do see a stained room just as bad as the first. But in here, there seems to be animal carcasses, bones, and a macabre little display all set up. all these taxidermy creatures have been patchworked together, but not of the same creature. It looks like they've been chimeraed together to create these
Kinda
awful
like Snappy.
monstrosities.
Kind
Yeah.
of Snappy. Yeah, this is Snappy's birthplace.
Okay, so Tarquin is going to head up towards this box and see if there are any more pings from his thing, or if it's still just ringing once.
It does not ping again as you get towards this corner.
Okay.
But you get closer, and this horse's head leers at you with its glossy eyes, its lips drawn back from pointed yellow teeth, its head affixed to a large 8-limbed armature made of wicker and wire. It's situated to the face. It faces the doorway where you kind of entered. And it kind of just almost eyes you as you walk across the room. In that wooden crate, though, there's buzzing flies.
Yeah. So
And as you lift it up, you do indeed find more and more animal carcasses strewn in small piles.
Okay.
Um,
Rodolfo, is your magic vision going off and anything in here?
Yes. Do you wish me to step into the room? I'm not
Yeah.
sure I want to step into the. Okay.
Just
Okay.
have a look around, see if anything magical in here.
Does anything ping detect magic?
You're looking around for just a briefest of moment. There's that swarm of flies buzzing, thanks to Tarquin lifting up the crate. For a moment, there's a slight aura from the crate, but it's almost like it's like a dead or dying kind of magic. As you kind of get closer towards it, you see one animal carcass in there is like a lizard or a reptile-like creature, and it has several legs, sets of legs. And I guess you can give me probably like an Arcana check.
Okay.
Or nature, either one.
Doesn't matter. It's gonna be crap.
You have no idea. It's too rotten, and the way it's been flayed and skinned, you haven't got much shape to it. The only other things you can tell are like these spikes that run down its back. But whatever magic was on this is sort of faded and is passing away.
Can I tell if it's necromantic or enchantment or transmutation?
It's so faint that it's probably just going out. But you know what? Let me check. Flesh. It is, or was rather, a transmutation, but it's so faint that it's kind of just vanishing.
Okay. I'll tell Tarquin that. But the room is creeping me out, and I don't.
Leave. And
I think we know all we need to know about that.
I want to go into this room. If I
Okay.
can.
How much does detect magic get stopped by again? Just a quick question.
It
One
is
inch
30
of...
feet. It is 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood.
3 feet. Okay, in that case, it's as you're turning around to walk out, you look over to the work table, and there is something that you can't see, but there's an aura that's faintly glowing from inside a drawer, which isn't enough wood to stop your detect magic.
Which one of these ones by the door?
It's on the work table. So
this one. Okay.
I'll just drag you back. Yeah.
Tarquin will, if Rodolfo says this, Tarquin will attempt to look over it for traps.
Okay, you can give an investigation check.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not good at this.
Well, just to be on the safe side, I will mage hand it.
Okay.
And so stand back. And
not wanting to touch any of the tools or ghastly instruments, you use a mage hand to pull the drawer open. It's stiff, and when it does come free, you hear a rolling and rattling, and inside this drawer are a number of eyes, glass eyes, kind of roll around and then end up facing and looking directly at you.
Okay, that is disgusting.
It is divination magic.
He waves at them and see if they respond.
They
if they
do
follow
not.
his arm.
No. Seems they've come to rest, but
divination magic.
Yeah, and there's the weirdness about it is it's not just flat divination. There's this kind of shadowy aura around it as well. It's like normally you can see with the colors, and that
Mhm.
shade of divination is like darkened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. What do you think they are just eyes, or do you think maybe they can see beyond something? Beyond the
Oh.
veil through invisibility?
Tarquin sort of considers that. You know, I was thinking maybe they just spy on people and like, but then why would you keep them in a drawer? Your idea makes much more sense.
Well, I mean, perhaps they get tired if they are open all the time.
Tarquin is gonna tentatively pick one up.
Okay. Only one is giving off magic. The others are glass eyes. But the one that's giving off magic is actually, as you pick it up, you realize it's actually made of wood.
He'll hold it up to his own eye, like just like almost like it'd be a monocle, and see if he can somehow see through it.
You're looking back into the eye, are you? Okay.
Yep.
Huh. It's quite disturbing the fact that this eye could be looking right back at you, and perhaps you do get a sense that you are being watched, but you can't confirm or deny that. It's just that eerie feeling in the back of your mind saying something is on the other side of this, watching you right now, but
Tarquin
you
sort of
can't.
looks at it, looks at Rodolfo. Is this a window over here?
Yes, it is.
I feel like this is watching us, and whilst it doesn't make a difference, he sort of is it an actual like glass window sort of thing, or does it open?
Yeah, it is a glass window, and it can open, but like I mentioned, they're so full of grime and stuff. It might be a little bit
Tarquin
tricky.
wants to try to prise it open and then essentially. Actually, no. You know what? Actually, ignore that. Tarquin's just going. I'm just going to put this back where it was. Pat it gently and close the drawer. And that's
Okay. All right. What do you leave it as well, Rodolfo? Or are you going to take it?
I'm gonna take one of the eyes, but I'm gonna carry it with my mage hand.
Are you taking the one that is giving off the magic, or the glass ones? Okay, the wooden
Oh wait,
one then.
is it only one that's giving off the magic? Then
Yeah, it
in
is
that case,
just the one.
yeah, then I'll take that one.
Okay, all right. You can write down on your inventory wooden eye, and we'll jump to the others because they've been exploring the other side of the cottage. So, coming into this little tiny room, we see a large cupboard standing alone in this dark room. There's fine scrollwork framing the cupboard, and there's like two doors in the front, which are probably bridged by this circular panel of dark wood, and the panel is inlaid with silver, and you can tell it's in the shape of an hourglass sigil. What do you guys want to do?
Can I open the? Is it possible to open the cupboard?
You can try, yeah.
I would like to try.
It is locked, and as you rattle on the cupboard, it doesn't come open.
Knox, Tanwen, are you able to pick locks at
I'm
all?
gonna stay out in the corridor, making sure nothing comes through the door at us and nothing sneaks up on us. So I'm pacing the corridor, kind of trying to keep an eye on everybody, and but watching to make sure nothing's coming up those stairs at us.
Okay. The ones at the far back left, yeah. Okay. All right. You do notice though, Tam, when as you're moving around and every footstep is making this creaking and groaning from the wood.
Right.
And you realize as a ranger, it's going to be tricky trying to sneak around in here.
Right. I'm not trying to sneak as much as
No,
I am trying to make sure that nobody gets ambushed from behind.
Right. But like by that same notion, if something is coming towards you, you would reckon you might be able to hear it. If it's definitely got some weight. I would say Tarquin's probably making a little less noise as he's moving around, but not by much, right?
Okay.
You want to open that door? Okay.
Sorry.
So I'll tell you though, Xaxx, as you are rattling this door, it's the problem is it's not maybe locked because there's some give, but what's stopping you from opening it is that silver circle, that
Can I
inlaid
remove the silver circle?
yeah, the panel that's over the top of the two doors, like in the center.
Yeah, I'll remove that then.
You try to remove it and you can't pull it away, but I'll tell you what, give me like an investigation check. Yeah, unsure. You're like trying to pull it away, doesn't come free, unfortunately.
Nox, any ideas?
I was waiting for guidance to guide you, but I don't think it will do that
Oh.
much help. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. No.
I'm gonna take my dagger and try to break the seal.
Like
Guidance.
pry it away.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a sleight of hand.
So yeah, that's +2 on.
Natural
Oh.
20. Okay,
Oh, now I
Xaxx.
guess.
Yay!
As you get the knife underneath like the little bits of silver framework, you find a nice place to kind of wedge it in, and then you shut the door and knocks. I don't know why people keep playing with these doors. You actually, as you're pushing and putting your weight against it, your dagger slips because there's something that gives way in the silver, and you realize it spins a center circular part. It's the hourglass itself. As you push on that, trying to pry it away, it spins the hourglass in a full circle, or rather 180 degrees, till it's upside down. And as soon as you do that, the door clicks and opens.
Perfect, it worked.
Puzzle!
So there's like a circle on one side and an hourglass on the other side of the door that have just come apart. Inside, quite a lot. There's lots of little shelves. It's divided into rows of small compartments, each one stuffed with pouches or tiny containers. One of the containers is like a little teacup-sized ceramic cauldron, and inside that cauldron is a scrap of paper. It's just poking out of the top.
What does the paper say?
Yeah.
You pop it out, and the word on the paper says "spittle spew."
Still spew?
Oh, that's
Spittle
one of
spew.
the. That's one of the. Is that one of the bullywugs we met?
Nope, Xaxx, you would remember this because you got told the password earlier. It's the
Oh,
password.
it's the
for the
password.
cauldron.
It's the password for the code. Oh, I have it written down here in my notes.
It's the password.
Okay,
Other
let's
than
take
that,
a look at what else is here.
you got a lot. I'm going to paste it into the chat so you can sort of see. You got lost buttons of various colors and material. Hold on, let me just do.
It's all the
Lost
people's
buttons.
things.
Yep, there's that. You got stray cutlery, all different like forms and sizes. You got unopened love letters.
Wow.
I don't know how you can tell they're love letters. They probably smell like perfume. They've got like a little wax seal that has a heart, and they're in there. You got old frayed coiled up belts. God knows what that's for. Pressed flowers, loose dried petals. Nox, you might be interested in those. There's just a horseshoe, just a singular horseshoe in here. Very superstitious. Feathers from various birds, and finally, on the bottom shelf, seems to be a chipped teacup.
I'm gonna take it all.
Yeah. Can I have the flowers and the petals
Yeah,
and the chip
yeah. Did
teacup?
you want anything else?
The
you got the chip
teacup.
teacup.
Yeah, it's
Did you want
cute.
the feathers? The bird feathers?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, I can make something
Okay.
cool out of that.
All right, you take the bird feathers and the teacup and the petals and everything, and I'll take the belts, the love letters, the cutlery, and the buttons. Who wants the horseshoe?
Ask Tanwen. See if he wants a horseshoe.
Tanwen, do you want a horseshoe?
Is the horse still attached?
I don't believe so.
If you go in the other room, maybe.
Sure, I can use all of the luck I can get. But I'm gonna wait out here. I'm just watching the pool in the center and the doors just to make sure nothing comes through at us while y'all are exploring.
Yeah. Chris, just to clarify, when I started using the tuning key, when did it
Yep.
exactly do the first ring? Was it only when I got to this door?
It's kind of when you got to where you're standing right now, in fact.
Okay. And I initially activated when I was like over here-ish. So it could be in one of those two rooms on the other side, or it might be upstairs. Maybe.
The second ping is, correct me if I'm wrong, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you know when it pings again.
Yeah. It will ring twice when he's within 30 feet.
Is there anything else in the cupboard?
That's most of it.
All right.
Yeah. You got all the little trinkets from there.
Okay, let's move on to the next one, Nox.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Tanwen, I'll just point out, because you're right next to it, I don't know who opened the door to the balcony, but someone did. And you can hear an incredibly loud cacophony of croaking that's coming from the balcony. It's about 10 foot wide and it runs almost the full length of the cottage. And covered from end to end are frogs, living frogs. And they're just croaking away, just kind of making a bit of a racket. And then in one end of that balcony, you can see the clothesline is draped with the patchwork garments. And as you're looking at the frogs, you realize why they've suddenly started this massive chorus of croaking. It's because there is a dozen dragonflies that are trying to get close to the balcony, but they seem to be warded away by the sight of this many frogs.
I'm going to very carefully, so I don't step on any frogs, step out to the edge of this balcony, hoping it will hold my weight, and look at the dragonflies.
They kind of edge closer, and then you see the frogs kind of eyeing up the dragonflies, and their tongues try to lap out and lash towards them.
Hey! Stop it. These are friends, not food. Hi, y'all are back again. This is just amazing. I love this. Is not a safe place though. Did y'all want to go in the hut? If you do, crawl in the back of my hood. The frogs can't get you if you go in the back of my hood or go under my cloak. The frogs can't get you if you want to come inside.
At that, you see a dozen dragonflies just sort of swoop in to your hood and make themselves at home there.
Oh, it's really cool. Okay, well, I'm going to get y'all away from all these frogs and go back in because I've got to watch my friends and I need them to be safe. So I'm trying to step carefully over so I don't step on the frogs. And I am going to shut the door behind me just to be on the safe side.
Okay, you close the door, finally sealing away the frogs, and the dragonflies seem to be a little bit at ease. In fact, even enough that one of them hops out and is just hovering around you, just constantly, like keeping an eye out. Wherever you look, it looks in the opposite direction, almost like it's got its eye on your back for you.
Oh, you are a clever little dragonfly. You are extraordinarily clever. All right, so what we're doing is we're just patrolling this area while our friends are checking out all the different rooms. So we're just trying to be really prepared just in case something jumps out at us. So thank you for coming with me.
Yeah, they seem to just be on patrol, like as watchful as yourself, with their compound eyes. They're bound to pick up any little bits of movement that are going to happen. So back over to Tarquin and Rodolfo. We'll start with you, Tarquin. You're back into this corner. Xaxx and Noxa are heading in that direction as well. It looks you've come across this dresser. There's loads of little stands, like dummies, basically. Some of them are clothed, some of them aren't. they're kind of just blank. But one of them's got a really fancy dark cloak, like it's completely like pitch black, almost like it's this beautiful void like silk.
What, just on the mannequins?
Yeah, on one of the mannequins, it's sort of draped over the shoulders.
I just thought of something, actually. So,
Mm.
Tarquin's gonna look at that cloak. He's gonna take that cloak and wrap it around himself because that fits his style quite nicely.
Tarquin, I'm not sure you should actually put on anything from a witch's cottage, but do you feel different now that you have it on?
I don't know. That's why I put it on.
Yeah, you feel different. You feel as though it is tightening around you, and then suddenly the hood whips up and around and tries to completely encompass your head. I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Ah.
Okay, I was
And
afraid of that. Tarquin!
this creature just animates.
Oh god, it's a dark mantle.
It is indeed. This creature suddenly has eyes open up, long tendrils unravel itself from the cloak, and you see this creature before you.
Oh,
Hello.
no.
Tarquin sort of seeing this or not seeing this is just like, just sort of muffled. Regardless, after this, I'm wearing you as a cloak.
Okay, it's got a surprise round, I'm afraid, on this occasion. And as you put it around yourself willingly, it's gonna get some free.
But it doesn't
crump.
get the surprise action on me because I beat it on initiative.
You did. It's gonna go with. It has advantage on this attack roll.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just check. You are immediately unable to breathe as you're like, you're suffocating. And let's see.
Would Rodolfo be able to see this happening? Like he's
Yeah,
right
everyone
there.
sees it. Everyone sees
Okay.
this happening. It's just
Can
that
I
this
try to
thing was
intervene at all?
it was completely indistinguishable until it launched its attack. So not even you would have known because it's not coming off as magical either. It's just a creature, but no, it's got the jump for sure. Let me just check what else. Your speed is 0, as well. Okay, all right. Let me check.
Rodolfo's or
I think that's it.
Tarquin's?
Mine.
Tarquin's speed is 0?
Presumably
Okay.
Tarquin's, yeah.
Yep.
Even when it's on my head, it misses.
So, yeah, I know it's mad, but it's trying to crush you and pull you even closer to it. But you kind of got it with your. You had your arms underneath, so you're actually able to kind of like push out as hard as you can to stop it from clenching you. So that's it. Back to you though, Tarquin, and everyone else. You can roll initiative as well.
So,
I know.
Tarquin, as he's got his hands on this thing, he's just going to be like, I don't want to damage you, but have some acid.
Okay, don't forget you got disadvantage because you're technically blinded
I will,
and restrained.
I'll roll a d20 just to...
Okay, no, it's definitely still a hit.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
And then I'll follow that up with my offhand. Well, not my offhand, but you know, my martial arts. Nope, that one misses. They didn't roll with disadvantage like I was expecting you to, but it still misses.
Right. Okay. Nox, Tanwen.
Can I use Mage Hand to try to pull it off him?
You can, but Mage Hand is not going to be strong enough to get this creature off. It's massive, like a full cloak.
Okay. All right. Then I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna go up behind Tarquin and try to pull it off. So I assume you want a strength check?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no. It feels like you've got a hold of Tarquin's head, and as you're pulling it, you hear a click from inside Tarquin. Your
Ow.
spine just got readjusted slightly.
Oh, well, actually,
Sorry.
I had a bit of a neck ache. It's good. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
it's a lot.
Tarquin. I really am.
In that moment, Tanwen, suddenly it actually comes free and slips away, and you're thinking, you're sure you didn't have enough strength from a moment ago, but it's now willingly whipped away from Tarquin's head. Except, Tarquin, you're missing. Everyone sees you're missing your hat, your beautiful adventurer's hat that you've been keeping the whole time.
Tarquin looks at it and is just like, right, and just cracks his knuckles.
And it is going to immediately fly away. You get an attack of opportunity. Tanwen as well.
Okay.
That's
Oh
not
no!
funny.
No. Okay, that hurt.
Alright, alt and left and
Oh no!
alright, I'm gonna try to shoot it.
It's gonna be a melee attack because it's. Actually, I don't know if you've got weapons in your hands ready for this thing, but with an attack of
no.
opportunity, it has to be like a melee attack.
Okay. So am I so I would move up and use my quarterstaff then, right?
Well, it's moving away from us, so you could
Yeah.
quarterstaff it as it moves away. So you
Right.
are
Okay.
next to it technically at this moment.
Yeah,
Okay, so
it's like here,
okay,
and
so
it's trying to get
all right.
away.
Okay, then yes, I will shillelagh it.
Mm-hmm.
All
Okay.
right, let's play
Well, I
whack-a whatever
can't,
this
can't
thing
shillelagh
is.
it either, I'm afraid. It's just going to be
Oh, okay.
just a
My
standard
regular
bog-handed.
quarterstaff? Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
So
If you had Warcaster, then absolutely you could do some crazy stuff. Whoa, that's still a fairly decent chunk of damage. So it is looking beaten, and it flutters in
Did
the
it
air trying to get away. It's still alive.
drop it Tarquin's hat? That's
Nope,
all I
it's
care
got that tucked deep in the recesses of it. And I'm gonna have a dash, 100%. Yeah, gonna fly another 30, and it goes right up the staircase. And
Tarquin, I'm so sorry. Do you want to go upstairs and try to get your hat back, or do we want to finish exploring down here before we go upstairs?
Tarquin's hands have begun to drip acid. He's just like, that bitch stole my hat.
okay.
Well, let's not put on any other clothing here until we've let Rodolfo
Yep.
do a detect magic on it and see if
Well,
it's
it technically
cursed.
wasn't magic. It was
Yeah.
just monster. But I.
Yeah.
Well,
It's a bad
maybe-
idea to check just beforehand, you know.
Yeah,
So
maybe Nox. Nox, what was that thing? I've never seen anything like that. Have you?
Sorry. No, I've not seen any sort of
Okay,
that.
Xaxx, have you seen anything like that before?
Nope, not me.
Morgort, who's just finally come to the top of the stairs. She was very badly wounded. Poor Morgort. She's like, sorry, I went behind. That last fight
Morgort,
took it out of me.
sit down. Sit down, lean against a wall, rest. We're okay. We're fine. I'm glad you're
Okay.
up here with us and somewhere safe, but you sit down.
Yeah, she sits down on the bench for a moment, catches her breath. Whew. So what are you guys doing? Are you going to give chase, or are you going to just stay put for a minute?
I vote we check out the other rooms.
Just as a quick thing, actually, because I know what subclass Tanwen is. Doesn't her thing trigger on every attack?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but that's up to her when she wants to use that.
Was thinking about.
I wouldn't know that about them right now because they just joined me.
Yeah,
literally
that's what
me.
I thought was the case, but I just thought I'd check that I'm understanding things correctly.
I'm thinking of of them as pets right now,
Yeah.
or as pretty little something out of the Feywild. You know, this is something out of the Feywild. I think that they want to come in the hut for some reason, and I'm just helping them out to come in the hut.
Mm.
So I haven't realized just yet what they are.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just checking to make sure we hadn't like missed anything. That's all.
Okay. All right, Xaxx. I see you're about to go somewhere. I'm going to show you what you see up the stairs. This doesn't look like a normal set of stairs. This is a rickety flight of stairs that runs along the outside of the cottage, and with the wooden doors at the top and bottom of it, the railing is hanging very precariously off the edge of the staircase as well, which looms over the foggy lake. And there's a steady droning sound coming from a shadowed corner right above the top of the stairs.
A
So,
droning sound, like what?
like
Like a like an engine or a motor?
There's highs and lows to the pitch.
Maybe it's buzzing. It's like
Yeah, it's a
flies or something. Okay.
right, but it sounds like more fierce than just like a buzzing sound. It's like quite deep, like.
Oh, it's one. It's a giant. Okay, it's a giant. It's a giant.
But
dragonfly.
that's
Okay.
what you do find as you get to the top, if you are going up there, is another rickety looking wooden door. So it's up to you what you want to do. I'll move
Yeah,
you
I'll
back
go.
here for a second. You can decide.
This is up?
Yeah, you're
Going
going
this way is
up.
up?
Yeah, this is. I know the arrow points down, but yeah, you're going up.
I think that this door goes up to something that's buzzing, and having been one myself, I think it's probably a giant dragonfly that would attack people or something.
Oh,
Mm.
I had some little dragonflies join me. I
I
wonder
heard
if
some.
they're looking for the big dragonfly, but I think we should check out the other rooms before we find something else that we have to murder.
What was in this room, Tarquin?
Okay.
Don't know. But
You pick your head.
Tarquin, without like sort of as that said, he's just like, nope. He's just going straight over here. He's going after his hat.
He's going after it. All right.
Tarquin, wait for us. Just wait a second, okay?
Nope.
Damn it, he's gone.
Can I have a look at this mirror? I would like to use my mage hand and like wave just take something random off one of the table, like a handkerchief or a spoon, and just wave it in front of the mirror, and I want to see if I can see what it does.
Okay. So the conjuration magic is surrounding the mirror. Doesn't seem to change or do anything as you wave your hand over it, but as your mage hand gets closer to it, you can see the reflective surface showing your mage hand. And what do you say? Like, I know you say something random, but like, what out of anything, what do you actually say?
Is there like a spoon or some sort of simple tool? Then that's what I want to wave in front of the mirror.
Okay, sure.
Spoon, a knife, a pen, something.
Okay.
Very basic.
Nothing seems to happen then if you're just sort of waving this tool back and forth. Just seems to give off the reflection of it, but nothing jumps out. The magic doesn't seem to shift at all. It stays the same sort of aura.
Okay.
Right.
Can I take then the wooden eye and try it? If that does nothing, I want to wave the wooden eye and I want to see if I can figure out what this does.
Okay. The wooden eye doesn't seem to change anything either. No, it doesn't do anything extraordinary.
And I'll say as an aside to Nox, perhaps it only does something with a living creature, but well, we will try later. I'm not. We should stick together with the others first.
Yeah.
We'll try it again later. Maybe if there is a fish or a minnow or something we can try.
Okay.
Is there anything in that last room before we go
Yeah.
chasing after Tarquin?
Yep. So you
Knox or Rodolfo, do y'all want to look while I keep guard, or do you want to keep guard while I look?
We'll keep guard, or I will keep guard. You do what you like.
Okay,
So-
I will step in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, is Xaxx already in there?
Yeah, he's already in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to peek my head in and say, Xaxx, what did you find?
So you
I
both
will
spot,
tell you in a second.
you both spot scraps of cloth and bundles of yarn piled throughout this room. There doesn't seem to be much else. It looks like a kind of a storage closet for fabric. There's lots of garments here. And they're kind of cut into lengths.
Rodolfo, would you come do a detect magic for us?
Does this make any sense to anybody that there's just
I
like a
suppose.
linen closet, like a fabric closet? Is
Hmm.
Bablorna into like cosplay or something?
She does have an interest in laundry, we know.
Yeah, my grandmother kept all of her fabrics and yarns together. There's all these mannequins out there, so maybe that's her sewing room?
Is there anything? Does detect magic pull up anything?
There is something
cut-
of an aura underneath a bunch of clothes. There is a very faint, latent magic aura. You're able to like pull away the clothes if you want and uncover it.
Okay,
And as you do, you
I'll do
find
that.
there are 2 1-foot tall pin cushions sewn into humanoid shapes. And one of the pin cushions is mounted on a tiny wooden rocking horse, and the other has a pair of wooden wings. And
Do we recognize either one of them? Like,
you've
do I
never
recognize
seen
that they?
either of these. And because they're quite crude, they're just pin cushions. They're, like little buttons for eyes. They're not like intricate. They actually look like the kind of slapdash. But when I say latent magic, what I mean is, Rodolfo, there isn't any particular magic aura emanating from it, but rather someone's cast magic on them. And then that magic has sort of faded and died over time.
Okay.
They're just regular dolls now.
Correct. But someone's used this perhaps either as a spellcasting component, or they used it as something they cast magic onto at some point.
They're focusing their spells onto
Yeah,
this. This is,
exactly.
Okay. Well, this is obviously what it is. She's making dolls.
But to what end? Is just as a target for something? Is it
I mean,
an
it's a
imitation
target
of
of
something?
It's a person, right? There's 2 people they're
Mm-hmm.
casting this on.
Right.
You said the magic was cast into it, right, Rodolfo? So like
That's what it appears.
why
yes.
would you cast magic into a doll that looks like a person if you weren't going to try to like, do something to that person?
Something. Yes, that is what I feel. It is very sinister. Maybe a little bit sinister. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Do we like so somebody on a rocking horse and somebody with a pair of wooden wings? Like, does that ring any bells to you?
well,
I mean, the rocking horse kind of
a
reminds
rocking
me
horse
of
is
the.
perhaps a real horse, the way that a toy is a substitute for a person. Perhaps
Well,
a rocking horse.
it reminds me of the the unicorns at the carousel, right? But I don't know. It could be something else. I don't know.
Could it be oh, good grief, her name just went out my head. The person we're looking for.
Zybilna?
Yes, Zybilna.
I mean, Zybilna sounds like it would maybe be the one with the wooden wings because she's supposed to be like a fae
Magical, yes.
magic deity, so maybe she's that one. But
That,
yeah,
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that the winged one represents a fairy or a fairy person, fairy queen.
isn't Zybilna a fairy queen? Isn't you know about her, right? Isn't she your deity?
Well, she's not. No, she's not my deity. She's just the person I'm here to meet. I've never met her before, but as far as I understand, yes, she is fae. She is
I thought Sibylna was like your patron or something.
Oh man, no. Zabila
Who?
is a person to whom my patron, I believe, owes a favor. I do not ask the arrangements.
Who is your patron? Sorry then, if it's
Uh,
not Sibylna.
well, it is a fellow. His name is Hornswoggle. Yeah,
Hornswoggle?
Hornswoggle. Yes, he is. A man of business, a man who makes deals, a man who, he does not give things for free. He's not a benevolent sort, but
No, he does
favors.
B2B sales.
Yeah, exactly. Favors for favors, and among interested business people. So
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Well, quite. I mean, he's
Is he a person?
He
is he a fae?
in the sense that he is an entity having his own personality and life and rules and philosophies. Yes, he is a person.
But
He's
if
not.
I
He's
was,
not. I don't know if he's mortal. I have never asked such a personal question.
no, but like if like you looked at him, what does he look like? Is he a fae creature? Is he an elf? Is he a celestial? Is he a demon?
Also, this is not the questions that I have asked. It's very personal. He's a. We do not have this kind of friendly relationship. If I had to say, I would say perhaps not mortal and perhaps not celestial. Anything beyond this, it's speculation. And he gives a little shrug, like it's not my business. But
you never asked, huh?
Well, it's like do you ask to your boss? Excuse me, boss. How many times a day do you take a shit? It's not it's rude, very rude.
I mean, I lived for a long time with Sister Mariel, so we kind of knew each other's routines in that sense. So I never had to ask. You just sort of figure it out.
Right.
Xaxx,
Well,
Rodolfo, I think
he lives
we need
his
to go
life.
get Tarquin.
Right.
We really need to go get Tarquin. But before we go, do y'all see like crochet hooks in there? If there are, I'd love to get a crochet hook and a skein of yarn.
Is there any crochet hooks?
I haven't crocheted in ages.
There was on the work table in the room on the left. There was one. Yeah, you could get from there.
Oh, okay.
I will give Tanwen. You can have here's a crochet set for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
and I'm going to suggest that we take these 2 dolls with us as well.
Okay. I just want a skein of yarn.
Yeah, you can grab one of those too.
Okay.
You can grab however much a skein is. There's yarn here for that.
A skein is like what you'd buy in a arts and crafts store. So it's like a ball of yarn or a roll of yarn
Okay.
that has been made into yarn so that you can crochet or knit.
Okay. Well, there's like 5 of them in here, so you can take one, or you can take a couple. There's different colors. You can like crochet different colors, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna stuff I'm gonna grab 2 skeins of yarn and the crochet hook, and I'm just gonna stuff them into my backpack, being very careful not to disturb my hood.
Okay.
Rodolfo, do you want to take the dolls, or do you want me to take the dolls?
I will put them in the hole, I think.
Okay, put the dolls in the hole.
In the hole they go.
All right. So
And
meanwhile,
I put the eye in the hole as well. I do not.
While you have the hole open, would you grab me 3 arrows?
Certainly. Where are the arrows?
Thank you. They're in the hole.
Oh, in the hole. Oh, yeah. Okay, pull them out.
While you have the hole open, grab me 3 arrows.
Yep. Done.
Thanks.
Okay. So Tarquin has been running after this dark mantle in the meantime. You rush up the stairs, and as soon as you get to the top of the stairs, there is another ping that sounds from your tuning key, and you've just got within 30 feet of your key.
Yeah. Tarquin sort of considers this, but he's like, where the fuck are you dark bastard?
Well, This staircase rises up into a hallway. The walls of this dank, filthy hall they're covered in scores of portraits depicting grumpy, sad, frightened, and angry people. The figures include humans, elves, halflings, even bullywugs, and some goblins are among them. The portraits are rendered in a variety of mediums, including paintings, etchings, and sketches, and all are displayed in gaudy, gilded frames as well. And finally, there is a framed oval mirror, which is on about here. And that one is about 2 feet wide and 5 feet tall, hanging in the middle of one of the walls. But there is a door to your left and another set of doors at the end of that corridor as well.
It doesn't.
And your footsteps creak with every footstep.
Doesn't seem like a dark mantle should be able to open a door. That seems a bit of a stretch, but maybe close the door. But so he is going to have a look round like the ceilings and stuff, see if he can spot it in this room anywhere.
Yeah, you can make a perception check as you give it a look around.
Or any signs of it.
You look into the darker recesses of the corners where it could maybe go flat up against it. It doesn't seem to be.
Okay.
No, you can't spot it.
And he will open this door.
Okay, as you open this door, your creaking sound as the door is like rotted heavily and wooden just swings wide open, and two creatures suddenly lock eyes with yours in this. It looks like a lounge sort of thing, but the floor is covered in so much moss. It's like a patchwork. It's like a war zone of moss trying to fight each other.
Tarquin
But these
just sort of
creatures
looks at them and is just like, did you see a weird cloaky thing fly past? It stole my hat.
these creatures look startled. Their eyes are kind of like little bulbous frogs, and one of them's kind of hunched down low to the floor. And I'll say now they're really tiny. They're even tinier than what they're represented here. To you, they'd probably be about waist height.
Wow.
Almost kind of like fairies, but they look green and frog-like, but yet they have all the appendages of like a normal human being. And they just suddenly get startled at you. One of them tries to run away and up the set of stairs. The other one probably gets behind the chair that's sitting here, this big old armchair.
Well, doesn't look like it went that way. Sorry to disturb you. And he just closes and then sort of looks at this mirror for a moment. Not looking into the mirror. And he's gonna... He said it's about 2 foot high, the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
So he's essentially going to try to pole vault over it so he's not reflected in the mirror.
Okay, sure. Give me an acrobatics check. Yeah, you do a little bit of a pole vault. Perhaps some of you is reflected in there, but definitely not your full body is reflected in there. Probably just like your lower feet and the actual stuff itself. But you land on the other side. Doesn't seem like anything happened.
Right.
So you open up this door. This seems to be a dusty, cluttered, uncluttered room. Actually cleaner than the rest of the other house rooms. There's several boxes, like shadow boxes. They hang on the wall to either side of the modest bed with mouldering linens. Most of the shadow boxes contain some sort of weird mummified pixies, and they're pinned to boards like a collection of butterflies. And the glass on one of the shadow boxes has actually been broken. And it doesn't look like the contents are even inside there, but that's what you see.
He shrugs for a moment. Potentially there might be something there, but nothing. These stairs, sorry, thinking about it, did those stairs look like they went up further, or am I at the top?
No, you went to the top.
Okay.
Yeah. You open up this one and come face to face with another one of these strange frog-like humanoid creatures. It looks up at you with this kind of dorky-looking face with its teeth kind of pointed out over its lower lip. eyes looking in two directions.
Sorry to disturb you. I'm looking for some weird cloaky thing. It stole my hat.
It looks at you for a moment, wide-eyed, and then suddenly rockets underneath your legs and past you, and it moves with such speed that it blurs across the ground, leaving this kind of green smear. Opens this door lightning fast and closes it behind it. And there's another one in the room as well on the other side of the door, and it jumps and hops up onto the table where there is countless plates, some of them broken, some of them still with food. There's just this moldy scent hanging in the air of food. And it looks at you for a moment, tilts its head left and right.
He'll swap into Sylvan and be just like, have you seen a cloaky thing fly past? It stole my hat.
Kind of lets out this strange croak in response, but it's almost like it did understand you for a moment and starts looking around the room, perhaps for said cloak. And then it looks back and shrugs.
Okay, probably didn't come past it. I'll leave you to it. He closes the door, and he's got to go have a look around this room.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the next time this thing is meant to ping is when I'm within 5 feet, so...
That's right. I will let you know when you are within 5 feet.
So
For now, though, this is a creepy odd room. Doesn't look like people live in this room. It's just sort of maybe a guest room, it seems, because there's no plates. The shadow boxes are just awful. The pixies inside look like they died a painful death, and their bodies just pinned like that, outstretched. You wouldn't want that fate upon anyone, even the sprites who pranked you earlier. One of them is broken though, and if you want to look inside that.
Yeah, he'll have a look inside.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Yeah, the contents are missing from this one. The glass has clearly been, broken, and there's shards of it sort of on the ground. You're not sure if maybe something broke out or something broke in and took whatever was inside. It's hard to determine with the amount of shattered glass everywhere.
No, we don't have any side quests to rescue any pixie corpses. So have a look round, look under the bed and stuff, see if there's anything else in here.
Okay. Sure, give me an investigation check. That's pretty good. Not the dark mantle, not your hat, but I'm going to allow you to roll a trinket table and find something peculiar under the bed. So go to the rollable tables and click on the trinkets. You might have it there. If not, oh, you got it. Right, there we go. There's a silvered pine cone sitting under there.
He shrugs and will put it in his pocket. Just be like,
Looks like it's just kind of rolled, like fallen and rolled underneath and sort of left there. It's a bit dusty. The mold tried to go up on it, but the silver seems to keep it quite clean.
Right. No sign of dark. No sign of it here. That thing didn't think it had gone past that way, which means it must be this.
Yeah, I think at this point, then the others will probably catch up to you, right? So let's grab you guys, and actually, if you want, you can drag yourselves up to the top of the stairs, and it'll teleport you up there.
I'm gonna help Morgart. So Morgart, if you will just put your arm around my waist, I can help you walk.
I am. Merci.
Okay. Don't
Sorry, she's
put any
steady
capes
with you.
on there.
Are we going up here?
Yes, we're gonna go up the stairs if I can do it.
Yep, you just drag your token onto the stairs. There it is. And so Tarquin is walking down the other side of that hallway and probably meets Xaxx, who's got to the top first by the looks, and you will see. Did you? Oh, I was going to ask again. Did you try to pole vault back
Yeah.
over, or did you just walk
Yeah,
past?
he's pole
Okay.
vaulting.
All right, give me another acrobatics check
He
then,
doesn't
because you might
trust
go.
this mirror. It's weirdly placed.
Oh, that one's way better. This time you land behind Xaxx. You clean not only the mirror but Xaxx as well, and land right into the middle of your party.
So
Did
why'd you do that?
intend to do that, Tarquin, or did something throw you?
no, I intended to.
Yeah.
I don't trust a random
Why?
mirror in a witch's hut.
What? This mirror?
Xaxx, you walk straight into it.
It's just a mirror, isn't it?
Is he always like this? Xaxx,
Pretty much.
Yes.
You look.
Yeah. I swear he thinks he's a barbarian.
I was gonna also give a quick update. There's these weird little, almost frog-like things, not like you, Morgott. They're like grey-skinned and like bulgy eyes and kind of weird, and they ran off at the sight of me. Not found the thing I'm looking for, but I found this pine cone. It's silver.
Oh, very nice. Xaxx, you stare right back into the mirror without hesitation. And as you're gazing into it, it reflects your face, but completely bereft of any expression or emotion. So Xaxx, you're probably like, I guess you're looking maybe like curious at the moment, like because you're wondering why Tarquin was so averse to it. But
Yeah,
your
it's just a
curious
mirror.
expression is just not reflected at all. It's just blank.
Is that what I look like all the time?
I don't know, Xaxx. What are you seeing?
What,
I'm
I
afraid
I
to
look
ask.
I turn my head like left and right, like doing profile views and everything.
it does the same. It
Anything?
reflects exactly the same, but your face is completely blank, like no expression whatsoever. So as you turn to the left and right, your jawline is completely flat, right?
It's kind of a unflattering because but it's just a mirror. Okay. I touch the mirrors. Does it do anything? Tap tap tap.
Oh, okay. Give me an investigation check.
It was more, there's all these paintings with like people's weird emotions, so I was worried like this like stole emotions or something.
Oh, Xaxx, you can hear a
Shit.
hollow sound on the other side.
There was a secret passage.
Can I open? Is it like a door that I can open then?
There is no door, no seams of a door. The only thing in this place is that mirror, and all the other paintings have these wildly different expressions, like frightened, sad, happy, grimacing. They're all different. All bullywugs, elves, humans. I'll link this in the description again so you can see it. This is the whole hallway.
I mean,
Actually, yeah, just grumpy, sad, frightened, angry.
Is it in
can I put my
Discord that we're
hand
seeing
on?
this?
Can I put my hand in the on the mirror part of the mirror? Does it go through?
It does not. No, it's definitely a solid mirror. But when you were tapping, it's like there's hollowness to the wood on the other side of it, right?
And I can't remove the mirror at all.
You
from the
try
wall.
to, but there is literally no give at all. And Xaxx, you can't see a screw or a hinge attaching the mirror to the wall. It's like there's something supernaturally holding it.
I look at the mirror and I say spittle spew.
Nothing happens, but your expression says it very flat.
There's something behind this mirror, but I can't for the life of me tell what it is or where
Is
it
it like the
is.
mirror at the carnival that we came through?
Well, I tried to put my hand on it, but I couldn't it wouldn't go through. And now I'm kind of thinking, what if it like traps the people in the mirror? And maybe that's why Tarquin didn't want to look at it.
Maybe. But Tarquin's like, but if that's the case, if there's something behind it, he raises up his quarterstaff.
Just try to smash it.
He's tempted. He's just like,
I will step back while you do that.
He sort of considers things, and he's just like,
Morgart, these things often go bad. Why don't you stand behind me?
Yep. In
I
fact,
mean,
he's got to.
if you're down, Tarquin, if you're down for that, I will do something as well.
He's got to pull out the maypole court stuff instead, because it's partly magical.
Okay. And what's your expression as you're doing this?
Honestly, at this moment, it's just like it's a sort of determination, like if the Dark Mantle is somehow behind this.
Okay. Yep. Your reflection just shows us a blank-faced Tarquin as they line up this stuff.
Yeah.
The Wavehawk strikes the mirror and very likely cracks it. Let's see.
That's set up wrong. It's set up to roll the versatile automatic, and I don't like that, so get rid of that.
Okay, yeah. You're smashing the mirror pretty hard, enough that the glass breaks away, revealing a wooden panel on the other side. Yeah. And also on the back of the mirror, on all the shards, there's this kind of hardened substance, basically glue, that was. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
I
you
break the
you smash
mirror,
it,
but it's still stuck to the wall, isn't it? All the pieces.
right? That's what I mean. Yeah, that's the odd thing. You smash the mirror into a million pieces, but every shard is actually still glued to the wood. So you're cracking and smashing
dear.
it, but the wood is clearly adhered to every shard of glass.
Tarquin just sort of looks at it, raises a finger, just like he's about to like say something. It's like, you know what? No, you're not worth my time. I'm going this way.
Okay.
Morgart, this happens all the time. We seem
Yeah.
to be incapable of going anywhere without breaking things.
Right? You
Oh, no.
you cloaky bastard. Where are you? Give me back my hat.
I'm gonna go to the mirror and take
Yep.
out my dagger and try to pull the pieces away individually. See if that does
Okay.
anything.
There is behind, as you're trying to peel the pieces away, they come away with chunks of wood, because that's the panel on the back, and it's kind of rotten and wooded, moldy. So as you're like peeling out bits of wood and chunks, you're stabbing through and onto the other side, where you actually can see a corridor. You're just like a peek hole. And it's about 15 foot, and then takes a right to about 10 feet. So it's like this L-shaped corridor.
There's a hallway back here.
Right, keep working on that. Hey.
Alright, I'll keep working on that.
You quick guy. I want a word, he says in Sylvan. I'm not going to harm you.
They croak back at you, and they've obviously heard all this smashing, because when they croak back, they say,
Vandal, thief.
No, I'm looking for a thief. Someone stole my hat.
Smashed mirror, vandal.
The mirror asked me to.
No. Tell Pavlona.
It's a really bad lie. It's just like, well, he's just like,
You pay for mirror. You pay for stealing. Pavlona will have your head.
I haven't stolen anything. I've had something stolen from me.
yeah, they point to the others.
Thieves.
And they seem to like be backing away as they're accusing you, and immediately as they all kind of gather up, they blur and sprint away down the hallway.
Right, well, I got rid of them, I guess. You in here, you cloak bastard?
Don't see it. There is. Okay, I'll describe this room a little bit more detail, and so there is this. The room is completely filthy. There's dirty dishes and bits of discarded food lying everywhere. The furniture was perhaps at least once of fine quality, but now it's stained, of many mysterious stains. That's for sure, and it's mottled on every surface. The upholstery has all been patched numerous times as well, and set with into the back of the wall in one corner is a hulking wooden cabinet. There are sturdy legs supporting the bottom of it, probably about 6 inches off the floor, and a decrepit wooden staircase also climbs up the wall in the other corner, going up to perhaps another level. And Xaxx, as you're kind of like poking away in this hole, stabbing through the wood, yeah, you can see enough now that you can see down the corridor, and probably kick it down, kicking it through. And oh, okay, Xaxx, if you're going all the way down this corridor, unhindered, unworried about anything happening, the hallway gets wider as you descend down it. The
Bigger on the
roof
inside.
gets taller, and the floorboards stretch out into like this massive,
no,
like
you've
almost
got
like this
smaller.
always become a mausoleum. It just gets wider and wider, and there's this kind of sense of vertigo as you get that kind of Alice in Wonderland sense as you approach the end and the far door. Once you get to the very end, you're looking at a massive, massive wall. It could be like the same height as like a castle. But right at the very bottom, there's a tiny mouse hole. But to you, it's actually an archway, like a portcullis, effectively. But there's no gate or anything in the way. Actually, there is a little gate. So, tell a lie. There's a tiny little. I say tiny. For you, there's this big barrier in the way, and it's a metal barrier. It's weird because it's like in the shape of a pin, but not sure how they made a pin so big. But
Huh. Can I try to open it?
yeah, from this side you actually can. You just have to lift up the pin, and you can get through the doorway, like and slide it across effectively. Yeah.
Okay, I'll open it. I'll open it and I'll look in. I just want to look in. I don't want to go in just yet.
Okay. So as you're looking through this hole, on the other side is I think it's a shelf. Yeah, you're inside the cabinet, and there's a glass front as well, and a couple of bottles just on this shelf as well.
Okay. I'll go into the cabinet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sure. I'll open up the door for you. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, you come inside and you're looking around. There's more than just a bottle on this. I see. Is Solomon coming around as well? Or Nox, rather.
Nox.
Yeah. I got a bit
Nox?
bored waiting around in the
Yeah,
hallway.
you also get shrunk down to the size of a...
I'm a little person.
You tiny little... You're like a borrower.
I'm a borrower.
You come to... even though you saw what was happening before you, like Xaxx shrinking down, you're not worried. You kind of sidle up next to him.
Hey, Xaxx.
Hi, Nox.
Your voice is like...
We're
"Hi."
inside a cabinet. We're inside a cabinet now.
Oh my god.
Look at all these potions and things in here.
Are the potions like miniature as well, or are they massive?
Oh no, they're normal size. They're probably massive compared to you, right?
Oh my god. Look at this one. It's as big as me.
Can we open the door? Can we open the thing and we can exit and then we'll be small forever? Or we can just go back and be normal size.
You try to push. It is quite heavy, not to mention it is actually locked, and you can tell from this side it's definitely locked.
Okay, well, we need to get out of the... Yeah, can we... Is there a lock, or can I... Oh, but I did this with the dagger earlier. I used my dagger and tried to unlock it.
You can, yeah. If you've got a... normally need thieves' tools, but I guess your dagger is the size of a thieves' tool now, so I'll allow it. You can give me a dex sleight of hand check. But otherwise, you would need something very precise. Okay.
No.
It's as you're trying to fiddle around with the lock. It's a little bit awkward because you're actually leaning over onto the wall because the shelf isn't quite flush with the
That
cabinet.
didn't even
So as
help.
you're kind of leaning over and picking the lock, you fumble around enough that suddenly both Nox and Xaxx, you hear this hissing sound.
Oh.
And it's above you, perhaps on the top shelf.
The
No one's
cat.
home.
I need let's not do initiative. But what you do see is a face lurched over the shelf and peering down at you, and you see behind its head a tail kind of wagging back and forth, but in a jittery motion, like it's kind of angular and awkward. And its face is a patchwork of perhaps maybe once fur, but other bits are kind of like skin and leathery substances. Whatever this creature is, it is not alive. This is what you're looking at.
Oh, I want to call it chicken nugget.
It's definitely not a chicken. Maybe it has some chicken skin on it, but it's oh god. It peers down at you, hissing, and yeah, it notices you trying to pick the lock. Clearly, what do you guys do?
Try to hide behind the one of the bottles.
Okay. Okay, give me a stealth check then, Xaxx.
Should automatically do the disadvantage.
Okay. And what about you, Nux? What are you doing? In this creature?
Right. I'm gonna try and charm it.
Hmm.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got to use my face step to charm it.
Oh, that kind of charm. All right. I mean, give it a shot. Yeah. Do you have to get next to it and then? It doesn't really matter. I'll say you can do it either way. So it has to make a wisdom save, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And where are you teleporting to? Like a higher shelf or lower shelf?
Higher shelf, yeah.
Okay, so you're like right up next to it.
Yeah.
Did it succeed on a 15?
Darn.
It did. Okay. All right, so the cat just hisses even more menacingly at you, especially as you're right up against it now.
Can I give him a little? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just gonna try and persuade it to be friendlier with some rations, like offer it some rations, like
Some rations.
you know, like you shake a Dreamies bag at a cat, that kind of thing.
Okay, you get your bag of rations and shake it a little bit. It might still have a sense of smell, because its nose does begin twitching, and as it does, the stitching kind of comes loose from its little snoot, and it's looking at the bag suddenly, and its attention is now drawn to that.
There, little buddy.
Meanwhile, Xaxx is on the lower shelf, hiding behind the potion. Doesn't seem like it's coming after you.
We have a friend, maybe.
Give me an animal handling check as well. Let's see if it really.
How high is the shelf for us now? Like if I were to jump off the shelf, yeah. Like would it?
It's not that high. You're on one of the bottom shelves, so you could jump to the bottom very easily. If you're trying to get to the top, though, that'll be an athletics check to climb.
I want to jump off the shelf.
Yep, you can do that. No problem.
Okay, and then
yeah, you just jump down.
I can see that Tarquin is in here, so I'm gonna run scurrying over to Tarquin.
Oh, you can't because you're inside a cabinet that's locked, right?
Oh, it's inside the thing. Okay.
Yeah, so you're just like boom, up against the glass at the very bottom.
Oh, I'm gonna start banging on the glass to
Okay.
Tarquin!
call attention. Then
Okay. Tarquin and the rest of the gang can make perception checks as they might hear a little tap tap. Oh yeah, Tarquin, you're specifically looking around the room for your dark man, the dark mantle, and that's when your ears prick up, and in the corner you hear a tap tap and a high little pitched voice. Just up against the glass, you see Xaxx banging, and knocks at the very top shelf, face to face with this unholy creature, this abomination stitched together.
Calling it Frankenbeanie.
What did you get on the animal handling in the end?
I
10?
got a 9 with a 1 for guidance, so 10, yeah.
So 10? Okay. It doesn't seem to be taking the treats. It doesn't trust you enough, you can tell. But nor is it like attacking you either. It's sort of just like keeping its guard. Its kind of back is still hunched up, very uneasy.
Can I try and make it a little bit playful with the feathers that I got from earlier?
It's got feathers.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm resourceful.
okay, you can re-roll that. We'll say you've got advantage.
With animal handling. With
Yes,
advantage, so it's
Tarquin, it's evident that this thing is locked. Okay, the feather does the trick. For sure.
better.
And it's probably this when you realize if it's stitched together, it's probably dead and doesn't need to eat, but it still wants to play. So the feather does the job, and you're just tickling it, and it turns up onto its back and starts like playing around.
Tarquin just
there,
sort of
little
watches
buddy.
this and just gives them a thumbs up for walking away, and just sort of looks to the others. So Xaxx and Nox have shrunk. We're in the cupboard in here. I'm not sure how that happened. Guessing the
What?
corridor. Go have a look. They're talking to an undead cat.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh my goodness! Are you alright, Xaxx? Can you hear us?
How did
That
this
voice.
happen?
open the cabinet, please.
Is it locked?
Okay.
You need the key.
Rodolfo, do you want to use Mage Hand or should I try to open the cabinet?
Let's just try Mage Hand just in case.
Okay,
You never know. Yep.
You're a much better spellcaster than I. If you want to go ahead and
I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Well, you can create a mage hand on the outside or even on the inside of the cabinet because you can see into it. But you can't find any latch or anything to actually open it. It definitely has an intricate lock that you need a key for.
Oh, wait, I have an iridescent key from the key lady. She gave us all keys. Maybe one of our keys fit in there.
Okay. Do we think that will work?
Remember, she gave us all a key. Maybe one of our keys fits in there. It can't hurt to try.
You can give it a shot, no problem.
I'll try my key first.
Okay.
What do I roll for that?
No, you don't. You don't have to roll. It just finds a little bit too fiddly. This one, like your key rattles around and doesn't find purchase on any of the tumblers.
My key's too little for it. Does somebody have a bigger key from the key lady?
I'll pull out mine. Mine I don't think is gonna work. Because it's a.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Very faintly, yes. But Rodolfo, you pull out your charred key, and there's an instant static shock as you touch the cold, charred metal. But as you try to fit the lock, it's too big. Your one.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I just want to Can I use Mage Hand like from the inside and try and pull them out, or try and push from out in that direction?
You can. Unfortunately, you still find the cabinet firmly locked. Whoever's got this key, they've kept it secure.
Yeah.
I would say anyone else who's got actual thieves' tools, they could give that a shot, but
I do
Tarquin
have
doesn't
thieves' tools, but I'm not proficient with them.
Wait, you
Ah,
have
I-
thieves' tools?
I do.
I am not proficient with them, which is weird considering how often he tries to pick
So-
locks.
You can still an attempt, but you just don't get that
You
plus
just
2.
don't get the bonus.
I
Yeah.
can
That's
give it
right.
a go, so it just be a
I'll
dex check,
yeah.
I guess.
I'll hand it over to Tarquin to do.
Okay. All right, you can give me a thieves' tools check and good luck. Oh my lord!
Ooh.
Well done. That's actually way more than you need. Sweet. So everyone's battering on the inside. Tanwen and Rodolfo trying keys from the outside. Finally giving over the thieves' tools. Click, click, click. Open, and within a matter of
Good
seconds,
job.
I picked a lot of locks.
That's still a really good job.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, guys.
What did you do
Hi,
to
hi.
yourselves? The
So
children.
the behind the painting is a hallway that makes you small, and then you came out here. I think I know if okay. One of you can go down that hallway behind the painting, and you need to remove the there's like a pin or something that's in the way. You need to remove that, but don't come in. Don't come in. You need to remove that pin, and then I think Nox and I can exit, and then we'll get bigger on the way back out.
Alright, one of you guys do that. I'm gonna have a look at the potion. Actually, no, you guys can do that. I'm gonna continue what I was doing.
Okay.
I'll go and do it. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
do it.
Rodolfo. Okay.
The potions you can see from this side are all labeled. One of them is in Elvish, which I guess one of you can understand, right? Surely.
I
can.
can understand.
I can understand it, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you at least enough of you can. That one is labeled shrink, and another one is labeled grow, and there's a third potion, and that's labeled vanish.
Oh.
Grow sounds like it would be very useful. Yeah.
Yes, but perhaps we try the method first. Also, is that cat attacking you?
No, he's chilling. He's chilling.
That's actually really nice. Yeah, Nox has a way with animals.
Yeah, meet Frank and Beanie. He's my friend.
I hate to alarm you, but I think that is not an animal. It stinks.
Ah.
It's
Well,
like
that's
dead
a little
flesh.
personal.
Maybe that's just his natural smell.
Ooh.
You know, it's got a bit of
It's a
charm
defense
about him.
mechanism in nature sometimes.
In fact, as she says that, you see the cat actually look around and hiss again. And as it does, one of its stitchings comes a little bit loose. And some of this powder inside of it sprays out in Morgoth's direction. Let me just roll Morgoth con save real quick.
Oh no, Morgoth. Oh no.
Ah,
Oh,
she sees it
wow.
coming. He tried to spray me. Ugh.
The
Yeah.
cat tried to spray
He
you?
tried to spray me. You saw it. Disgusting.
Yeah, I'm gonna back away too.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Once
Knox,
it's backed
Xaxx,
away,
you okay?
it goes back to playing with you now.
What? Is that a
Okay, but I'd
birdfish?
honestly like to think that it'd be better if I was back to my normal size.
Tarquin's just gone off into the bird room. Yes, they are. Some sort of taxidermy creations in here. Most of them are actually underneath a cover, but they're bird cages containing like half a sparrow, half like a pigeon, other ones are like half hawk, half magpie. It's weird. These birds are rattling their cages as well as soon as you enter into this room.
You in
Some of them
here,
are squawking.
Clokey?
There is actually, believe it or not, lots of cloaks. Like I mentioned, cloaks over the top of the cages.
He's gonna go round and just tap each of them with an acid-soaked finger. See if there's any reaction.
Oh, okay.
From in case it's trying to pretend.
Sure. So you touch each one carefully.
Hmm.
Each time the bird inside is like rattling the cage, squawking furiously at you.
But no reaction from the actual cloak.
And then suddenly the last one on the far room lifts up and tries to fly out of the window.
Get
You get the attack of opportunity.
Get back here.
If you hit it, it's... Oh my god, that's it. You catch it just in time. And it drapes over the balcony. And your hat falls onto the bird.
Tarquin will take his hat off of the bird, put it on his head, and then he sort of looks at this cloaky thing, which is now dead, sort of, and just goes, you know what? Picks it up, wraps it around him again, and it's just like, it's still me. I'm taking your corpse with me. You're my cloak now.
All right, living up to Bavlorna's kind of element in that taking animals, using them for clothing and stuff.
Tarquin's just like, I've got my hat. And my cloak. And then he's just gonna go in here and you doing this, Rodolfo, or do you want me to do it, or
What's the pull thing? No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull the thing out with Mage Hand.
okay, you do that.
Yep. And
All right then.
I'm
So
not sure there's a pin I'm looking for.
yeah, so what they're mentioning is in the corridor itself, all the way down at the back, was a little doorway they talked about that has a pin in it. So you'd have to go down there. And as you do, Rodolfo also shrinks down to a tiny size.
Oh,
but
curses!
You definitely do spot what I was talking about. That it's like a needle across a doorway.
But I can't get to it before I shrink.
No, you can. You can. The door is right there. Yeah.
Can I, even though I'm small, can my Mage Hand is 30 feet? Can I use Mage Hand to pull it
Yeah.
out?
Your mage hand is probably still the same size it was. It's
Yeah.
only you that shrinks. So you got this. It almost looks like Bigby's arcane hand, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now, yeah, you can use that, and it lifts with immense amount of strength compared to you, and opens up the little passageway.
Hello, you two.
Whatever. Hi.
I am tiny too.
Hi.
Come
Okay,
on, out
maybe
we go.
Oh no.
let's see if we get bigger on the way out.
I certainly hope so.
Let's actually check as well. So let's check.
Can I fix the cat because his stitching's a bit all janky?
They are a little bit, yeah. This thing constantly needs maintenance, it seems.
Oh,
But maybe that's why they got locked away in the cupboard, so they couldn't do more damage to themselves.
yeah.
But it's
I'm gonna fix it.
yeah. Do you have like what kind of like tools are you using? Are you using some of those needles, sewing needles from earlier?
I'm going to use the quill of one of the feathers to kind of tighten up the stitches.
Okay, sure. Yeah. It's not too much trouble, and as long as the cat isn't moving around all the time, you can fix up its little nose and like its back leg where you saw it squirt out some sort of powder. It was like a dust into the air, but it wasn't spray. It wasn't like a liquid, but it was some sort of dust.
Oh.
Okay. As you're moving back down the corridor, let me check. Shrinking effect. It does not. No, I'm afraid. Doesn't make you larger. You are shrunk like this for a while.
I'm just gonna.
Can
Does
someone
it?
grab
Does it
the
wear? Maybe we
potion?
need to grab the potion, the re-bigger potion. I was kind of hoping that we could use the bigger potion later on, actually.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna have to use it now. Oh, okay.
Well, the potion to you, it probably looks like this massive reservoir, like a water tank.
To me?
Well, you guys are tiny. Tanwen, to you, it's a normal sized potion. But for
Right.
these
Tarquin
guys,
took the potion bottles, right? So that's why I'm chasing after him.
No, I didn't
Okay.
take them. I just read them. I haven't taken
Yeah,
them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hi, Tanwen.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna go to the back shelves, get what we think is the grow. I'm gonna get all 3 of the potion bottles, and what we think is the grow big. Okay, y'all stand still for a second.
They're
What
running around
happened?
like
You're running around like children. Okay,
There is so much to see.
who
It's very exciting from this level. You can see underneath everything.
who wants to try the potion first?
Xaxx does.
Okay.
Okay, Xaxx always tries everything. Xaxx will eat anything. Okay, I'm going to unstopper the grow big potion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look inside to see if it looks murky or like anything's wrong with it. I am not gonna smell it.
okay.
Does the potion look normal or is there like black
There is
swirling stuff coming
so
up out of it?
there's a kind of reddish liquid to the potion, and inside you actually see there is a tiny bead, and it seems to be growing and expanding. And as it does, the color um, kind of goes clear and then contracts and goes red again.
Okay, it looks like you have to catch it at the right moment. So, Zach, I'm going to tip the bottle over for you and try taking a sip when this is red.
Okay.
Yep. So
I
when
tried taking a sip when it's red.
which is normally like a sip for Tanwen is like an entire tankard for you, and you guzzle it. It just tips a tiny drip in your face, and it's immediately you feel your body enlarging all the way back to the full height you was before.
Oh, I just move out of the way so I don't crush anybody.
All right, Zach, do you feel okay? Do you have all your fingers and toes?
I have, yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, I have all my fingers and toes.
Okay. Can you try to cast a spell really quick before we give this to Rodolfo and make sure and Nox and make sure that your magic isn't impacted by this?
Sure. What kind of spell do you want me to cast?
Something simple, a cantrip, something simple won't do any damage if it explodes. Light, can you cast light or
I don't know that cantrip. No,
what cantrips do you know?
I know Toll the Dead.
No, we don't need to kill anything.
I know Sacred Flame,
We don't need to burn
and I
everything.
know Spare the Dying.
Oh dear.
You spare the dying on the cat.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing. Okay, I'll go over to the cat and I'll start petting the cat and cast Spare the Dying on the cat.
Okay, give me an
It's
animal
not
handling check
bad
in
thing.
addition to this. You
Oh
do
my
cast a
God.
spell, and you don't seem to be affected by any adverse
Okay.
effects from being shrunk.
I'm gonna
Uh,
guidance.
Nox,
and
Rodolfo, Tarquin, who wants to go next?
that's the perfect kind of pet, apparently, for a stitched undead cat. Sparing the dying
Oh.
petting is like this cat's best
Go
best
next
life
for
right now.
what?
Best unlife.
Works.
Unshrinking
Honestly, I think a mending cantrip would be good for this too. The cat
That's
too.
true.
I'm not shrunk.
Okay,
I'm
I'll,
good.
I'll go next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tarquin. I thought you had
Nope. I'm just
Okay.
small.
Alright,
not
Tarquin's just
not
normally
Rodolfo.
small.
I'll go.
Fat-
Threaten me. Okay,
Hey,
here we go.
Xaxx, what does it taste like?
It tasted like, have you ever had cherry Coke?
Oh
It
yeah,
tasted like that, but not like Coke at all and not like cherry at all.
Oh,
Okay, that's
interesting.
so like fizzy. It's fizzy.
Got a
Like
little bit of a
angry
fizz to it.
water,
All
but
right.
not.
Watch the liquid, okay? If you look inside there, you're going to see a bead growing and then shrinking. When the bead grows and then shrinks, the potion's going to turn bright red again, and that's when you need to take a sip, okay?
When it's red. I got it.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Same
So-
again as you tip the potion, just a little drip. Rodolfo's hit with a face full of this, splashed, and your mustache has dyed red, even redder. But you do feel yourself suddenly enlarging back to regular size.
Rodolfo, did it taste like cherry Coke, but not like cherry Coke at all?
Did
It
it taste
tasted a
fizzy?
little bit sweet and a little bit rotten. So
okay.
yes, exactly.
That's
That's
Cherry
exactly what it
Coke.
is. That's exactly what it tasted like.
All right. Nox, your turn.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, good luck.
Right.
As you approach Nox with the potion, you see the cat jump in front and hiss in your direction, trying
It's
to protect
okay, baby.
Nox.
It's
What's
okay.
wrong,
I'm
buddy?
just trying to help her. It's all right, baby. Do I need to roll animal
Oh.
handling?
Sorry.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
so.
come over to me. It's okay.
That's not bad. Yeah, okay. You sort of calm it down a little bit, and it seems now it's making friends with everyone in the party, except
Yay.
Morgort. And yeah, you're able to sort of get close enough to Nox.
Okay, then Nox, you heard the instructions. Here goes.
Nox, give me just roll initiative real quick, or just straight dex. Just roll straight dex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Is that a 10? Okay.
Guidance myself.
Oh my god, yes. As you tip the potion for Nox to have a drink, you see the cat suddenly lick out its tongue and catches the drip. And yeah, immediately you see the cat beginning to slightly enlarge.
no.
Uh-oh. Oh no,
Oh,
its stitching's coming loose as well, because it's sort of stretching, we'll say. But the cat becomes quite big. Big enough that, yeah, you can see inside its mouth. It's just filled to the brim with this kind of powder
Oh.
and dust.
Oh.
And it looks around the room suddenly.
I'm gonna give it some scratches.
Give its
It looks
belly a
confused.
rub.
Hey, buddy. Hey, you're still proportionally you're the same size as you were before now.
So what size is it? House cat,
Right
bobcat,
in the
lion?
bowl.
It's probably a medium-sized cat now, so which is as tall as
Bobcat?
a yeah,
Lynn?
we'll call it a bobcat. Yeah, right. Yeah, quite a big one. Like
Can I ride it into battle? Because I'm still
Yeah.
tiny.
yeah, you could. You would be
Onward!
if you stayed tiny for a while. Yeah, you could jump on the cat.
Nox, before anything else happens, let's get you up to size. No, not on the cat. Oh dear.
Oh. But but everyone gets to ride on the back of me when I wild shape.
This is
I'm
what it
so
feels like.
happy. Whee! I'm having the best time ever.
The cat's jumping all over the furniture, up the stairs, down the stairs. And it's got the zoomies.
I'm gonna plug the potion bottles just in case it gets knocked out of my hands.
Okay. Yeah, it does quite a lap around the room.
Oh my god. This is the best thing ever. Oh
Oh no. Nearly came to a rest out the window, but
god.
it's too big to fit outside now. Oh yeah. Oh, dear.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god. Whilst this mayhem's gone on, Tarquin, have you gone into the next room? I see.
Yeah, Tarquin's just continued exploring. He's pulling a Jamey.
Okay. All right. So in this next room, there is an absolute shouting match going on. It seems between three vultures that are just squawking in the direction of this small humanoid-like creature, pointy ears, long red kind of hat, and in their hands they got this big butcher's cleaver, and they're shouting at the top of their lungs like, "All right, get out, all of you! Come on, stop! No, that's food. That's not your food. That's my food." They're just swinging its butcher's cleaver like, "Get out!"
Tarquin sort of considers this and is just
Ah.
like, do you need a hand there getting them out?
What?
Who are you?
Just some people. I was looking for my hat. I've got my hat back, and I heard the shouting. So.
Herringun. I hate Herringun. And a
Me too.
Dragonborn.
Herringons suck.
I hate Dragonborn too.
Well,
But I hate vultures more.
well, if we help you deal with the vultures, will that be good?
Good. It'll be less crap. Yes.
All right. Oi, vultures, piss off! And Tarquin walks towards them.
Oh man, okay. They suddenly see you coming towards them. One of them's tearing away a piece of meat right now, but it stops halfway and then rears up its wings, trying to like defend itself. But yeah, I mean, I think though, if we're going to get into combat with those little vultures, they're not terribly frightening, but I think there's a little good place to end as well, just on that high from the shrinking potion shenanigans. But yeah, this strange thing. It looks like a goblin at first, but then you kind of get closer. They have more like fey qualities to them, and they have like this eye patch over one eye, like there's scratch marks and cuts and scars all over their body. It looks like they've seen either lots of battle or some very violent cooking. But in any case, they seem very angry at these vultures, and we'll tune in next time to explore more of Bavlorna's cottage. God knows how long you've got until she returns, if that was indeed Bavlorna.
That's kind of why Tarquin's been exploring. He's just like,
Mm-hmm. And yeah, we'll see if we can find Tarquin's missing thing. You're getting closer. You're 2 pings, 1 ping away, and you'll know whether it's right in front of you or not.
Yep.
So, finally. Okay. Thank you very much for playing. Thank you very much for watching. We'll tune in next week on same time, Sunday. And also on Monday tomorrow, we have What Lies Beneath.
yep. And Friday for the Diamond Soul Arc.
Heck yeah. Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Bonjour. Au revoir.
Thank
Wait,
you.
hello?